Chapter 2894. Among the dozens of kings present, only Blood King Wu had a calm expression, without the slightest trace of panic. He naturally knew that this scene before him was the work of that lord. He was also the one who had secretly pushed Su Zhu to this point according to that lord's instructions. Looking at the solemn expressions of the kings around him, Blood King Wu coughed lightly and said indifferently, "No matter who set up this 8 gates hidden formation, they don't seem to have much hostility towards us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just trapped us here. In my opinion, we should wait patiently and not act rashly." Although the other kings were still nervous, they had no other choice. They knew almost nothing about the 8 gates hidden formation. Although there was a chance of survival, if they took the wrong step, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. The kings had painstakingly cultivated to the Grotto Heaven realm. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would take such a huge risk. Beside the Tao Heart staircase, the Academy Patriarch's eyes were like the deep starry sky, unfathomable. "I have already blocked the heavenly secrets and isolated the senses here. Not only can the teleportation talisman not return to the sword world, even if an emperor investigates here, he won't be able to find anything unusual," the Academy Patriarch muttered to himself as he deduced. After a while, the Academy Patriarch's eyes regained their clarity. He looked at Su Zimo and smiled. "I have already calculated all the variables on you. You were lucky last time, but your luck won't always be so good. This time, you won't be able to escape." Su Zimo raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in return, "Who said I was going to escape?" "Oh." The Academy Patriarch looked at Su Zimo with interest and asked, "Do you have a backup plan?" Without waiting for Su Zimo's reply, the Academy Sect Master continued, "I forgot to remind you that in this 8 gates hidden formation that I set up, even if a peak Imperial Emperor barges in, he will be trapped inside for a long time. This time is enough for me to do anything. Therefore, even if the iron-crowned Sword Emperor of the Sword World descends, he won't be able to save you." Su Zimo was silent. The Patriarch of the Academy was still the Patriarch of the Academy. Once he made a move, he was almost invincible. "Actually, I was happy from the bottom of my heart when I deduced that you might still be alive." The Patriarch of the Academy did not hide his excitement and pride as he was about to get Qinglian, who was a 12th grade creation. He gestured and said, "Do you know the joy of regaining something you lost? Well, I'm glad that you're still alive." The Patriarch of the Academy was never stingy in sharing his feelings with a dying man. He also enjoyed seeing the despair, helplessness, and unwillingness that gradually appeared on the other party's face under the constant provocation of these words. However, from beginning to end, Su Zimo was very calm. It was so calm that it was a little strange. "You are very smart and talented," the Patriarch of the Academy said. "I really wanted to take you as my disciple. I also gave you a choice. Unfortunately, you didn't take it. I'm your master. Why did you resist? Why did you disobey me? Why don't you be obedient and give me your creation, Qinglian? You may have some backup plans, trump cards, or schemes, but..." After a pause, the Patriarch of the Academy said, "There's one thing that I may not have taught you. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are vulnerable." So, the Patriarch of the Academy's eyes suddenly burst out a faint divine light. He looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and shouted, "A teacher for a day is a father for life. Unfilial disciple, kneel down." The Patriarch of the Academy was not targeting Su Zimo's physical body and primordial spirit, but his Taoist heart. The reason why the Taoist heart ladder was set up around them was that the Patriarch of the Academy took Su Zimo as his disciple here. The Patriarch of the Academy had once stepped on the 10th step of the Taoist heart ladder, but fell from it. He had never been defeated. Therefore, this time, not only did he want to obtain the 12th grade creation Qinglian's body, he also wanted to break Su Zimo's Taoist heart. Since he could not step on the 10th step of the Taoist heart ladder, he would trample Su Zimo's Taoist heart under his feet. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Su Zimo's Taoist heart. What was Wu Dao's heart? What was Wu Dao's will? Great fearlessness, great courage, great boldness, and great wisdom. Even if there were thousands of people, he would still go forward. Wu Dao was resistance. Wu Dao was born because he would not give in. It was simply impossible to use the etiquette of father and son, monarch and minister, to restrain the martial way. Su Zimo's Taoist heart did not waver. He sighed faintly and said, "Patriarch, do you know why I lured you out?" The patriarch of the academy was about to say something when his heart skipped a beat as though he had sensed something. The patriarch of the academy exclaimed softly. Someone was breaking through the 8 gates hidden formation, and their speed was extremely fast. Normally speaking, one would lose their sense of direction after falling into the 8 gates hidden formation. Although there were 8 gates, one would not be able to determine the direction. However, this person seemed to be running in a straight line, charging straight at him. The obstacles of the 8 gates hidden formation seemed to be unable to stop this person's path at all. However, in the blink of an eye, a purple-robed figure walked out of the surrounding fog. He wore a cold silver mask on his face, and his eyes were deep. His entire body was shrouded in a mysterious aura that was unfathomable. Araki Takeshi of the demon region? The patriarch of the academy murmured softly. Back then, when Wu Dao's true body wreaked havoc in the Jianmu mountain range, the patriarch of the academy was hiding nearby and snatched the Tai Ching jade book. Naturally, he recognized him. The patriarch of the academy frowned. The appearance of Araki Takeshi of the demon region had indeed exceeded his deductions. Moreover, he had tried to deduce Araki Takeshi of the demon region several times, but to no avail. Araki Takeshi of the demon region seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dense fog. At this moment, the patriarch of the academy's eyes turned. He glanced at Su Zimo and then looked at Araki Takeshi of the demon region. He seemed to have thought of something and gradually narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling that there must be some special relationship between Su Zimo and Araki Takeshi of the demon region, because in many cases the appearance of the two was too coincidental. Back at the Jade Firmament Immortal Region's Feast of Peaches, Araki Takeshi of the demon region appeared for a peach tree that had turned into a spirit and started a massacre. However, in the end, the peach tree was brought back by Su Zimo. However, Araki Takeshi did not cause any trouble for Su Zimo. Later, at the Conference of the 9 Clouds, Araki Takeshi appeared again. On the surface, it was to stand up for the Guqin demon. However, in reality, after a great battle, not only was the Guqin immortal Mengyao injured, even the Moonlight Sword Immortal had almost died. And both of them had deep grudges with Su Zimo. Master and disciple, fellow disciples, or friends. The patriarch of the academy had guessed all kinds of relationships, but he could not be sure. Until just now, when Su Zimo was in danger again, and Araki Takeshi appeared again. In the patriarch of the academy's mind, an almost impossible speculation that he had never even considered before flashed through his mind. The patriarch of the academy stared at Wu Dao and asked slowly, "You are?" Su Zimo. Chapter 2895. In fact, when Wu Dao's original body arrived, Su Zimo knew that the academy patriarch would be able to guess. He did not intend to hide it. After ascending, Su Zimo's cultivation was like walking on thin ice. He tried his best to hide this secret. The main reason was that his 2 main bodies had not grown. If one side encountered danger, the other side could be implicated. Now, Wu Dao's original body had cultivated to the martial domain realm and the Yuanwu grotto heaven realm. Even if he was barehanded, he could suppress a quasi-emperor. In the 3,000 worlds, there was no one who could threaten him. Even if he encountered a top imperial emperor expert and was no match for him, he could use the prison suppression cauldron to return to Avicii Hell. It did not matter whether this secret was made public or not. Wu Dao's original body raised his hand and took off the Mo Luo mask. revealing his delicate and handsome face. However, because he had been cultivating Wu Dao for a long time, although the two main bodies looked the same, their temperaments were very different. It really is you. The Academy Patriarch did not panic. Instead, the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good, good. As expected of my good disciple, you have such a backup plan. Araki Takashi of the Demon Domain. I didn't expect it, really didn't expect it, ha 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 ha." The Academy Patriarch laughed out loud, which was rare. He had thought of all kinds of answers before, but he did not think that the two were the same person. This was because the difference in their battle strength was too great. Moreover, the two's battle techniques were different. Now that he knew this, the Academy Patriarch was even more excited. The stronger Suzimo was, the greater his harvest this time. Moreover, Araki Takashi of the Demon Domain might be a greater treasure than the 12th grade Qinglian. The Academy Patriarch was eager to know what secrets Araki Takashi of the Demon Domain were hiding and how he could hide from his deduction. "Looks like you came prepared today." The Patriarch of the Academy looked at Suzimo and then at Wu Dao and smiled meaningfully. Wu Dao put on the Mara mask again. Looking at the Patriarch of the Academy, two purple flames suddenly rose in his eyes. He said slowly, "I can't rest easy if you don't die." As long as the Patriarch of the Academy was alive, he would always be a great threat to the real body of Qinglian. If I remember correctly, you had only just condensed your paradise during the battle in the Jianmu mountain range. The Patriarch of the Academy pointed at Wu Dao and asked with a smile, "But 2,000 years have passed. What realm can you reach?" The cultivation of the Grotto Heaven realm is extremely difficult. Even if you have unprecedented talent and endless opportunities, I'm guessing that you will at most reach the greater mastery of the Grotto Heaven realm, right? The Patriarch of the Academy was indeed half right. Suzimo ignored him and suddenly said, "You've been watching for so long. Why haven't you shown your true self yet?" The Patriarch of the Academy was slightly stunned. Suzimo said indifferently, "Given your cautious nature, the one standing here right now is definitely not your true self. There's no need to hide in front of me. Show your true self." The Patriarch of the Academy had already obtained the complete 3 pure jade booklet. In other words, the Patriarch of the Academy controlled at least 3 clones. Interesting. The Patriarch of the Academy did not deny it. He merely chuckled and asked in return, "Do I need to use my true self to deal with you? You want to scheme against me at the greater mastery of the Grotto Heaven realm? Who gave you the confidence?" The moment the Patriarch of the Academy said that, the silent Wu Dao's true self suddenly attacked. Since the Patriarch of the Academy did not reveal his true self, he would beat him until he did. Wu Dao's true self did not move much. He merely took a step forward and caused the surrounding void to tremble, causing the Dao heart ladder to collapse. The entire world seemed to be unable to bear the burden and let out a mournful wail. With just a single step, the world collapsed. With just a single step, Wu Dao's true self had already arrived in front of the Patriarch of the Academy. He raised his hand and punched. It was a simple punch. It did not seem fancy, nor was it any divine ability or secret technique. However, all of Wu Dao's techniques and Wu Dao's were contained in this punch. The great Dao was simple, returning to the basics. Seeing Wu Dao's true self rushing over, the Patriarch of the Academy's expression did not change. However, a trace of mockery flashed across his eyes as he said slowly, "I've said it before. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are vulnerable. Today, I'll let you see what the Emperor realm is." The Patriarch of the Academy stopped abruptly before he could finish his words. He could no longer continue. Wu Dao's true self did not say a word. That punch was already coming over. That kind of bravery and determination. That kind of direct to one's heart. That kind of delight in vengeance. That kind of fearlessness, great courage, great boldness, and great wisdom. like a volcano erupting, the waves surging, the power and will came crashing down, suffocating. The Patriarch of the Academy was all too familiar with this kind of power and will. Back then, he had felt it on the 10th step of the Tao Heart Ladder. When the 10th step was condensed, it even resonated with the great Tao and attracted the celestial sound of the great Dharma conch and great Dharma drum. The Patriarch of the Academy instantly calmed his mind and punched back, facing the fist of Wu Dao's true self. He did not dodge, and there was no need to dodge. The Emperor Realm. This was what he was truly relying on. If he had not stepped into the Emperor Realm, he would not be so confident. Although this body was not his true self, it was the original body that he condensed using the pure jade book. The strength of the doppelganger method of the 3 pure jade book was that the doppelganger condensed using the book could maintain the same realm as the true self. In other words, the Patriarch of the Academy was in the Emperor Realm, and the original body condensed was also in the Emperor Realm. Although this original body did not have the vital chi and blood of the primordial spirit, the pure jade book was a body refining method, and it was fierce in close combat. In addition, the original body belonged to the Emperor Realm body, so the Patriarch of the Academy could withstand the suppression of the will of Wu Dao's true self and counterattack with a punch. Su Zimo was not surprised that the Patriarch of the Academy had stepped into the Emperor Realm. With the talent and wisdom of the Patriarch of the Academy, half of the bloodline of the witch tribe, and the secret method of the witch tribe, the inheritance of the technique repository, and the complete forbidden secret book, the 3 pure jade book, it would be strange if he did not step into the Emperor Realm. Back then, the Patriarch of the Academy and immortal King Linglong both received the inheritance of the 9th Heaven Xian Envy Great Emperor. But immortal King Linglong was suppressed by the Patriarch of the Academy. The strength of the Patriarch of the Academy was evident. The previous Patriarch of the Academy had left a backup plan, a picture, and Elder Xian's protection. But the Patriarch of the Academy had still schemed against him in the end. On the surface, the Patriarch of the Academy was unparalleled in scheming. But he had completely eliminated the backup plan of Elder Xian and the previous Patriarch of the Academy by relying on his strength as a quasi-emperor. Without enough strength, one could only scheme and scheme. In the end, it was still a pavilion on the sand, and it would be difficult to achieve great things. Powerful combat strength, unparalleled wisdom, and unimaginable ambition. This was the Patriarch of the Academy, who had almost no weaknesses. Moreover, after learning that Lu Yun's transmission had failed, Su Zimo was almost certain that the Patriarch of the Academy had become an emperor. Only a great emperor could conceal the secrets of the heavens and cut off the traces of an emperor's message talisman. This battle was not easy. Chapter 2896. Bang! Wu Dao's original body and the Patriarch of the Academy collided with each other with a muffled sound. In the next moment, the sect master of the Academy's body shook, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He was sent flying by the punch of the martial Tao True body, and the clothes on his arms were completely torn. This was beyond the Patriarch of the Academy's expectation. After all, this original body was condensed from the pure jade book. It had a strong physical body and was invincible in close combat. However, the original body in the Emperor Realm was forced to retreat by Araki Takashi, who was in the culmination of the Tao Insight realm. But this only surprised the Patriarch of the Academy a little. Araki Takashi's strength was beyond his expectation, but he was still far from being a threat to him. Although the avatar condensed from the Jade Book of 3 pure Jade Book was in the same realm as his original body, the avatar didn't have vital spirit, chi, and blood, so it couldn't release divine skills or secret skills. If Araki Takashi couldn't even defeat one of his avatars, he wouldn't be qualified to force him to show his original body. What's more, he had 2 such avatars. Wu Dao's original body gained the upper hand with one punch. He didn't stop and moved forward again, raising his hand and punching again. This fist was like a burning meteor, as if it would explode in the next moment, and the surrounding air had been burned. This time, the Patriarch of the Academy wanted to dodge. But soon, the Patriarch of the Academy realized that Wu Dao's punch had blocked all his escape routes. Facing the punch of Wu Dao's original body, he had to take it, even if he didn't want to. The Patriarch of the Academy lost the initiative and didn't dare to take the punch of Wu Dao's original body with one arm. He could only raise his arms in front of his body in a cross shape. Bang! Another muffled sound. The Patriarch of the Academy was once again sent flying by Wu Dao's punch. There was no qi or blood on the body of the primeval Lord of Heaven, but there were some obvious tears and burn marks on the body. Bang! Wu Dao stepped forward and punched again. The Patriarch of the Academy retreated again. This primeval body was completely suppressed by Wu Dao's original body, without the slightest strength to resist. At this rate, this body of primordial beginning would probably not be able to withstand more than 10 punches and would be blown up by Wu Dao's true body. The Patriarch of the Academy was not in a hurry. Even though Wu Dao's original body seemed to have the absolute upper hand in this situation, he wasn't worried at all. There was still a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, at the side of Wu Dao's original body, another figure rushed out. His hands were constantly changing, spewing out streaks of purple light, which transformed into numerous divine weapons and charged towards Wu Dao's original body. It was the second incarnation of the Patriarch of the Academy. It was the numinous treasure body formed from the prime purity jade scroll. This was the numinous treasure body that transformed into the appearance of the 8th elder of the Academy. At greater mastery of the primeval body, it would emit a green glow. As for the numinous treasure body, it would emit a purple spirit light. That purple spirit light contained the Tao techniques of the prime purity jade scroll and could conjure countless divine weapons of the same realm to attack in an extremely ferocious manner. Coupled with the numinous treasure body, the primeval body counterattacked. At the same time, another figure in red robes appeared behind Su Zimo. The third incarnation of the Patriarch of the Academy had appeared. At this point, the green-robed primeval beginning body, the purple-robed numinous treasure body, and the red-robed Tao virtue body, all 3 incarnations of the prime purity jade scroll had appeared. Furthermore, the Patriarch of the Academy had chosen the perfect timing. The moment Wu Dao's original body launched his attack, he had already distanced himself from Qinglian's true body. Now that Wu Dao's original body was trapped in the attacks of the primeval beginning and numinous treasure bodies, he would definitely not be able to extricate himself instantly. On the other side, the Tao virtue body had already found Su Zimo's true body of Qinglian's. Once Qinglian's true body fell into the hands of the Patriarch of the Academy, the Patriarch of the Academy would have already won half the battle. As the Patriarch of the Academy had said, he might be able to defeat Su Zimo without even revealing his true body. By controlling the 3 incarnations, the Patriarch of the Academy could evolve multiple combat styles and control the situation completely with the initiative. Disciple, you've lost. The Tao virtue body arrived before Su Zimo and smiled gently. Not necessarily. Su Zimo's expression was calm, and there was no hint of panic in his eyes. Right then, Wu Dao's original body ignored the attacks of the primeval beginning and numinous treasure bodies. His eyes shone brightly as he activated his primordial spirit. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from his body and instantly descended upon the entire battlefield. The next moment, the entire battlefield turned into a scorched earth with raging flames and flames soaring into the sky. Wu Dao's purgatory. In addition to Qinglian's true body, the 3 incarnations of the Patriarch of the Academy were burned by the raging flames in Wu Dao's purgatory and could not withstand it at all. Although the 3 incarnations of the 3 Purity Jade Book were in the Emperor realm, they did not have primordial spirits. In the face of the burning of Wu Dao's purgatory, they could not exert the true power of the Emperor realm and were completely powerless to resist. Su Zimo had long been prepared for the scene. In this battle, Qinglian's true body was his greatest weakness. Moreover, he knew that the Patriarch of the Academy would definitely try to find a way to get his Qinglian's true body. Therefore, when the three incarnations were all revealed, Wu Dao's original body did not hesitate at all and directly used one of his most powerful means, Wu Dao's purgatory. The patriarch of the academy stared at his Qinglian's true body. He also wanted to seize the three-purity jade book of the academy, patriarch of the academy. Now, in Wu Dao's purgatory, there were martial soul fire, dragon phoenix flame, calamity fire, red lotus fire, hellfire, and netherworld ghost fire. 6 kinds of powerful flames intertwined in this domain, almost destroying and incinerating everything. The primordial spirit body belonged to the art of spiritual refinement. It was the first to be unable to resist and turned into nothingness, leaving only a jade book filled with purple light floating in front of Su Zimo. Following closely was the numinous treasure body. The primeval beginnings body was already somewhat fragmented by Wu Dao's original body. It could not hold on for long and soon turned into ashes. The Supreme Purity Jade Book and Jade Purity Jade Book appeared as well. After all, the 3 Purity Jade Books have been passed down for a long time and contained endless Dao techniques. Even in Wu Dao's purgatory, they could be preserved perfectly. Su Zimo reached out and grabbed the Taiching Jade Book that was closest to him that was emitting a purple light. Just as his palm was about to make contact with the Taiching Jade Book, the void in front of him shook slightly and a figure appeared amidst the raging flames. The person who arrived wore a Confucian robe and had a broad forehead. His eyes were as deep as the sea, and he had a faint smile on his face. "Disciple, I've said long ago that you can't win against me." The patriarch of the academy had finally revealed his true body. To be precise, the patriarch of the academy and the primordial spirit body targeted Su Zimo's Qinglian's true body at the same time. However, the patriarch of the academy's true body was hidden and even escaped the senses of Wu Dao's original body. The patriarch of the academy and Su Zimo were extremely close to each other, and Wu Dao's original body could not make it back in time. The 3 clones were merely bait. When Su Zimo thought that he had turned the tables, the patriarch of the academy's true body would reveal itself and give him a fatal blow. In the Wu Dao's purgatory, the patriarch of the academy's expression was as usual, and he was perfectly fine. The power of Wu Dao's purgatory could not hurt the patriarch of the academy in the slightest. That was the strength of the Emperor realm. End of chapter. Chapter 2897. Disciple, I've told you long ago that you can't beat me. The patriarch of the academy looked at Su Zimo, who was close at hand, and said with an indifferent tone that was filled with confidence and certainty. Araki Takashi's strength had indeed lit up his eyes. This blazing purgatory was extremely powerful and was somewhat similar to a grotto heaven, but also different. The patriarch of the academy guessed that this purgatory could even refine and suppress a quasi-emperor. However, if he wanted to use this purgatory to hurt him, it was still far from enough. The patriarch of the academy merely had to circulate his blood qi to defend against the impact of Wu Dao's purgatory. Up till now, everything was under his control. The patriarch of the academy truly could not imagine what other tricks Su Zimo had up his sleeves. When Su Zimo saw the patriarch of the academy reveal his true form, his eyes were calm and he did not seem surprised at all. In fact, he did not even stop in his actions of grabbing for the Taiching Jade booklet. "How dare you try to snatch the jade booklet in front of me?" The patriarch of the academy looked at Su Zimo with interest and could not help but laugh. The Su Zimo before him looked stubborn and even naive. What was he trying to do? Even if he managed to obtain the 3 pure jade booklet, how useful would it be? Right then, Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the patriarch of the academy, and he said slowly, "The outcome is still unknown. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Whoosh! Su Zimo's sleeves shook and a watery light burst forth from within, spraying towards the patriarch of the academy. The 2 of them were way too close. Before Su Zimo could finish, the watery mist had already spilled over. Poison? Or some other filthy evil object? Fufu. The patriarch of the academy shook his head gently and sighed. You truly know nothing about the power of the Emperor realm. How can these external objects hurt me? The Patriarch of the Academy ignored the oncoming mist. He activated his chi and blood and directly passed through it. With a flip of his palm, he grabbed Su Zimo's head. His body and bloodline had been tempered by the power of a great emperor. Even the purgatory fire around him couldn't hurt him. What could this mist do? But just as he passed through the mist, he paused. Something was wrong. He'd just released his great emperor blood essence. Even the purgatory fire couldn't get close to him. Normally speaking, he should have been able to keep the mist at bay. But as he walked through the mist, he felt a wet feeling on his cheeks. His Confucian robe was also completely soaked. The blood essence of an Emperor realm cultivator couldn't stop the mist? The Patriarch of the Academy frowned slightly. While looking surprised and doubtful, he caught a glimpse of the sarcasm on Su Zimo's face. Su Zimo grabbed the Great Purity Jade book and retreated. At the same time, Wu Dao's true body put away the Jade Purity Jade book and Prime Purity Jade book and rushed over. You're still trying to escape? The Patriarch of the Academy suppressed his confusion and channeled his blood essence. Just as he was about to attack again, his expression changed. Intense pain. There was a sharp pain on his cheeks and the surface of his skin beneath his Confucian robe. His flesh was corroding furiously, and his blood essence was depleting. The Patriarch of the Academy's body swayed, and he grunted. How could this be? The Patriarch of the Academy could not understand. How could a mere mist threaten him? How could it even cause such severe injuries to him? Hell Fountain. This was the gift that Su Zimo had given to the Patriarch of the Academy. Su Zimo had long expected that this battle wouldn't be easy. However, he still had to attack the Patriarch of the Academy. Given the Patriarch of the Academy's cautiousness, if Wu Dao's true body cultivated to a higher realm and revealed an invincible stance, the Patriarch of the Academy would definitely not take the risk and expose his true body. The only way for him to have a chance of getting rid of all future troubles was to let the Patriarch of the Academy see a greater chance of victory. The Patriarch of the Academy was plotting against Su Zimo at all times. Wasn't Su Zimo the same? Since the Patriarch of the Academy used his 3 clones as bait, Su Zimo used himself as bait as well. It was difficult for him to guess what methods and schemes the Patriarch of the Academy would have. However, he was certain of one thing: no matter how complicated the Patriarch of the Academy's schemes were, the Patriarch of the Academy would definitely attack Qinglian's true body. That was his chance. However, this time round, Su Zimo spilled all the hell's nether spring water that Wu Dao's true body brought back. The Patriarch of the Academy was severely injured and hurriedly channeled his blood chi in an attempt to suppress the damage of the hell's nether spring water. However, the hell's nether spring water targeted the bloodline of the witch race. Half of the bloodline of the witch race flowed in the body of the Patriarch of the Academy, and it was extremely difficult for him to suppress the hell's nether spring water with his blood chi. If not for the fact that he had half of the human bloodline, he would have been half dead after so much hell's nether spring water seeped into his body. Su Zimo retreated and distanced himself from the Patriarch of the Academy. However, Wu Dao's true body had already closed in on him. Boom! Wu Dao's true body punched the head of the Patriarch of the Academy. The Patriarch of the Academy's body was severely injured and covered in injuries. Right now, he was in his weakest state, and it was also the best opportunity for Wu Dao's true body. Heartless heaven! The Patriarch of the Academy finally sensed a huge danger. He activated his essence spirit and shouted softly, directly opening up a world. Boom! Wu Dao's true body punched the world of the Patriarch of the Academy, causing an earth-shattering sound to be deafening. This side of the world only shook slightly, but the martial Dao true body's figure was also sent flying by the huge rebound force. The Dharch realm controlled the world. The difference in strength between it and the Grotto Heaven realm was like heaven and earth. Just as the Patriarch of the Academy's heartless heaven was supported in the domain of Wu Dao's true body, The two forces collided and clashed. Wu Dao's purgatory only lasted for a moment before collapsing. Under the suppression of the world of heartless heaven, the six flames were extinguished one after another. As the saying goes, heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. The patriarch of the academy named his world Heartless Heaven, which also showed his ambition to control the world. The greater success of the martial domain realm was already enough to suppress a quasi-emperor, but ultimately it was impossible to cross the unreachable chasm of the Arch realm. Of course, the patriarch of the academy's current state was also not good. He was still in danger. At this moment, after the patriarch of the academy forced Wu Dao's true body to retreat, his eyes flashed with a mysterious brilliance. In an instant, his hands continuously formed seals, and finally countless seals merged into one. 3 pure qi. The patriarch of the academy softly muttered. At his fingertips, purple, green, and red rays of light suddenly merged into one, evolving into a wisp of mysterious gray aura. As soon as this grayish aura appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth trembled. The pupils of Wu Dao's true body contracted slightly. This mysterious aura seemed to have touched the origin of heaven and earth, and the power it emitted even made him wary. He subconsciously took out the prison-suppressing cauldron to protect himself. Wu Dao's true body didn't know what this mysterious aura was, but it was enough to kill him. 3 pure qi. Yun Zhu had once mentioned to him in Avicii that after collecting the 3 pure qi jade book, there seemed to be more magical changes. Back then, the Longevity Emperor had comprehended this change, which allowed him to live for such a long time. The so-called 3 pure qi referred to the mysterious gray fog that the patriarch of the academy had just condensed. Chapter 2898. The patriarch of the academy held up merciless heaven to protect his surroundings. He waved his hand and guided the mysterious aura to spread along his arm until it enveloped his entire body. As the mysterious aura passed by, the patriarch of the academy's injuries caused by the hell spring water quickly stopped. Normally, the hell spring water had already seeped into the body of the patriarch of the academy and merged with his flesh and blood. It would be difficult for him to get rid of it, but under the cover of the mysterious aura, the power of the hell spring water was rapidly weakening. Of course, getting rid of the hell spring water also consumed a lot of the mysterious aura. Not long after, the patriarch of the academy stopped his injuries, and the mysterious aura also dissipated. After getting rid of the hell spring water, the damaged flesh and blood of the patriarch of the academy healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was as good as new. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He still knew too little about the power of the Emperor realm. After all, he had not touched that level yet. Although he had seen some emperors, he had not asked about the Emperor realm. It seems that the power just now has exceeded your understanding. The patriarch of the academy looked at Wu Dao's original body, not far away, and said coldly. He had never thought that he would suffer such a setback in the hands of Qinglian of the true First Realm. The taste of the spring water is not good, is it? Wu Dao's original body said lightly. I'm afraid this power is also not within your understanding. The appearance of the patriarch of the academy seemed to have recovered. But Wu Dao's original body knew that the hell spring water had caused considerable damage to the body and blood of the patriarch of the academy. The patriarch of the academy would not be able to completely recover from this damage, at least in a short time. It's just a side trick. The patriarch of the academy rose into the air and chose to take the initiative to attack this time. He held up merciless heaven and charged towards Wu Dao's original body. He shouted softly, I want to see how you can resist the power of a world without the hell of flames just now. Wu Dao's original body did not dodge. The flames in his eyes burned brightly. Rumble. All of a sudden, a violent sound came from within his body. His qi and blood circulated like rolling thunder with a terrifying momentum. He pushed his bloodline to the limit. Wu Dao's true body chanted softly, heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the workmanship. yin and yang as the charcoal, all things as the copper condense. In the next moment, a huge furnace appeared. The 6 flames around it transformed into 6 lifelike, blazing divine dragons, burning around the furnace. This enormous furnace had been heated until it was bright red and translucent, emitting a high temperature that was enough to incinerate all living beings. Bloodline phenomenon, heaven and earth furnace. With the increase of his cultivation realm and the addition of the netherworld ghost flame, the bloodline of Wu Dao's main body became even stronger. The Tao of this heaven and earth smelt was extremely tyrannical. To begin with, it was meant to smelt the heaven and earth and refine all living beings. Now that the furnace of heaven and earth had appeared, it even wanted to devour the patriarch of the Academy's merciless heaven, incinerate it into endless Tao techniques, and take them for its own. Bloodline phenomenon. The patriarch of the Academy narrowed his eyes. The strength of Wu Dao's main body had indeed exceeded his imagination. The bloodline phenomenon of a peerless king could actually have such a scene, concept, and boldness? It even wanted to devour his world. You, how dare you? The patriarch of the Academy's expression did not change, but he was furious. Boom! The patriarch of the Academy's merciless heaven collided with the bloodline phenomenon of Wu Dao's main body, causing a loud bang. Merciless heaven and the heaven and earth smelt remained motionless in midair, maintaining their collision posture. Time seemed to have stopped. Only the surrounding void was unable to withstand the shock waves from the 2 forces and continued to collapse. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracking sounds came from the heaven and earth smelt as clear cracks appeared on it. In the end, it could not defeat the world of the Dharch realm. Entering the Dharch realm from the Grotto Heaven realm was like a fish leaping into a dragon. The difference between the two was too great. Even someone as strong as Wu Dao's main body, who created his own Tao technique that did not enter the 5 elements and jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation, could not close this gap. Su Zimo did not know that although the patriarch of the Academy had the absolute upper hand, his heart was greatly shaken and even uncontrollable shock. Although his world had shattered his opponent's bloodline phenomenon, his heartless heaven had also suffered a huge blow, and its power had decreased significantly. A large area where merciless heaven collided with the heaven and earth smelt was burned red and showed signs of spreading. How was this possible? How could the blood chi of a king be so terrifying? The patriarch of the Academy did not dare to imagine what level this bloodline phenomenon would reach if Araki Takashi, in front of him, entered the Dharch realm. Perhaps he did not need to enter the Dharch realm. As long as he advanced another level to the perfected Grotto Heaven realm, this bloodline phenomenon would be able to fight against his merciless heaven. If he entered the Quasi-Emperor realm, his merciless heaven would be refined. At this moment, the patriarch of the Academy felt a huge pressure and threat from Wu Dao's main body. If he could not kill Araki Takashi in this battle, it would be even more impossible in the future. At this moment, cracks appeared on the heaven and earth smelt. Wu Dao's main body reappeared and once again urged his blood chi to stabilize the heaven and earth smelt. At the same time, he lifted the hell-suppressing cauldron and injected his primordial spirit into it. Whoosh! The hell-suppressing cauldron shook and suddenly released a halo of light, as if breaking through the river of time and releasing its former glory. Roar! Screech! Hiss! The dragon roared, the tiger roared, the phoenix roared, and the turtle roared. The 4 saint souls on the hell-suppressing cauldron were all awakened and rushed down from the hell-suppressing cauldron. They surrounded Wu Dao's main body and stared at the Academy patriarch not far away, exuding a terrifying aura. Wu Dao's main body raised the hell-suppressing cauldron and smashed it towards the Academy patriarch's merciless heaven. Together with this attack, the 4 saint souls rushed up at the same time. Boom! It was earth-shattering. When the hell-suppressing cauldron smashed into the merciless heaven, not only the Academy Patriarch's side of the world, but also the surrounding space trembled. However, The heaven and earth smelt was indeed unable to fight against a true emperor. But with the help of the hell-suppressing cauldron, Wu Dao's main body could unleash the power of a true emperor by pushing his bloodline to the limit. The azure dragon coiled, the white tiger bit, the vermilion bird burned, and the spirit turtle stepped on the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Dao's main body's aura was monstrous. His eyes were like torches, and his body was burning with raging flames. Like a demon god, he raised the hell-suppressing cauldron and attacked the merciless heaven ferociously. As long as the merciless heaven was destroyed, the Academy Patriarch would lose the protection of a side of the world, and it would be difficult for him to defend against Wu Dao's main body in close combat. Die. The Academy Patriarch's glabella flashed and suddenly released a primordial spirit secret technique. His cultivation level was a realm higher than Wu Dao's main body. He had many ways to suppress his opponent. Not only could he destroy a side of the world, but he could also kill him with a primordial spirit secret technique. Chapter 2899. Against the essence spirit secret skill of the Academy Patriarch. Wu Dao's true body was unmoved and did not release his essence spirit secret skill to defend against it. When the essence spirit secret skill struck the mask of Mo Luo, ripples appeared on the surface of the mask like a lake. As though it was stimulated, a menacing ghost face was reflected on the surface of the mask. It was either laughing, crying, sad, happy, shocked, or fearful. All sorts of emotions were revealed on the ghost face in a shuddering manner. The mask of Mo Luo was originally created by the Bo Sun by refining his 7 emotions clone and fusing countless treasures. It contained joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and lust. Not only could it defend against essence spirit attacks, it could also confuse the minds of opponents. The Academy Patriarch's heart skipped a beat when he caught sight of that sinister ghost face. Naturally, his martial spirit fire could not defend against the Emperor Realm Essence spirit of the Academy Patriarch. However, the mask of Mo Luo blocked half of the damage of the Essence Spirit secret skill, and the remaining power was dissipated by the martial spirit fire. Actually, if the Academy Patriarch released the Essence Spirit secret skill of the witch race, it would indeed cause immense trouble for Wu Dao's true body. Most of the Essence Spirit secret skills of the witch race were incantations that targeted the Essence Spirit and would descend into one's consciousness out of thin air. Even the mask of Mo Luo could not defend against it. However, the Academy Patriarch was already filled with doubts and fear after being severely injured by Su Zimo's hell water spring earlier on. Given his cautious personality, he would definitely not dare to use any methods of the witch race in front of Su Zimo for fear of being countered by the hell water spring. However, in reality, the hell water spring on Su Zimo's side was already depleted after the baptism of the Emperor's tomb, the 2 curses, and the battle earlier on. When the Academy Patriarch saw that the Essence Spirit secret skill was useless against Wu Dao's true body, he changed his move once more and released his secret skill. Heaven escape, earth escape, human escape, wind escape, cloud escape, dragon escape, tiger escape, divine escape, mystic 9 escape techniques. Initially, there was still a ghost escape that the sect master of the Academy had already released previously. That was the reason why he was able to arrive beside Su Zimo stealthily and even hide from the senses of the martial Dao true body. In the past, the Patriarch of the Academy had only released 1 or 2 escape methods, and that was enough to solve everything. And now, the 9 mystic escape techniques were all unleashed. It was to kill Wu Dao in one fell swoop. If he allowed Wu Dao's true body to escape this time, then when Wu Dao's true body's cultivation level improved, he would never be able to stand out. As long as Wu Dao's true body existed, he wouldn't dare to show himself. This was because he was unable to deduce Wu Dao's true body, and once he appeared, there was a possibility that he would be targeted by Wu Dao's true body. The 9 mystic escape techniques were the most powerful secret techniques of the mystic escape techniques. Every escape technique released would strengthen the patriarch of the academy with the power of different forms and races. For example, the dragon escape technique. The patriarch of the academy would exude the aura of dragons. In this state, he could even release some secret techniques of dragons. When the wind escape technique was released, his movements would become erratic and abnormally agile. When the ghost escape technique was released, his movements would become faintly discernible and difficult to detect. It could be said that when all the 9 mystic escape techniques were released, the patriarch of the Academy's combat strength would rise to a huge level. The patriarch of the Academy's counterattack was not over yet. He could see that the power released by Wu Dao's true body had not reached the Emperor realm and could not compete with him at all. Wu Dao's true body was completely relying on the great Emperor's weapon, the prison-suppressing cauldron, to release the power of the Emperor realm. If he wanted to kill Wu Dao's true body, he had to first suppress the prison-suppressing cauldron. Whoosh! The patriarch of the Academy held up the merciless heaven to block the attack from Wu Dao's true body. At the same time, he took out a long sword. The sword's shape was simple and crude, and it looked like the most ordinary sword in the mortal world. The blade was 3 feet and 7 inches long, and the sword light was restrained. However, the moment the sword appeared, the prison-suppressing cauldron's aura was greatly suppressed. The 4 saint souls' senses were sharp, and they could sense the power hidden in the sword. Their attacks paused for a moment. A weapon that could fight against the prison-suppressing cauldron was definitely not an ordinary Emperor weapon. Emperor divine weapon. Wu Dao's true body murmured softly. That's right. The patriarch of the Academy did not hide anything. He nodded and said, "This is the longevity sword, the sword that the longevity Emperor always carried with him. I'd like to see if your prison-suppressing cauldron can block the longevity sword." The longevity Emperor and the Avicii Emperor were not fated to meet in the same era. Who would have thought that the 2 Emperor divine weapons would cross time and space to fight today? Swoosh! The patriarch of the Academy held up the merciless heaven and held the longevity sword in his hand. He also cast the Mystic 9 escape technique on himself. His combat strength increased tremendously. Swoosh! 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 Sword light flashed in all directions, cleansing the void. Even the 4 saint souls could not block the longevity sword's sharpness. With the merciless heaven, the patriarch of the Academy was able to fight against Wu Dao's true body, who was holding the prison-suppressing cauldron. Now that the patriarch of the Academy had the longevity sword in his hand and cast the Mystic 9 escape technique on himself, he instantly turned the tables and gained the upper hand. Pucci! In just a few breaths' time, the Azure Dragon Saint Soul was cut into 2 by the longevity sword. The Azure Dragon Saint Soul let out a sorrowful cry and turned into a ray of light that entered the prison-suppressing cauldron and fell into a deep sleep. Pucci! 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 Not long after, the White Tiger Saint Soul, the Vermilion Bird Saint Soul, and the Black Tortoise Saint Soul were all cut down by the longevity sword. Without the help of the 4 saint souls, the prison-suppressing cauldron's power weakened. Wu Dao's true body had not entered the martial Emperor realm, so he could not unleash the full power of the prison-suppressing cauldron. However, the patriarch of the Academy, who was in the martial Emperor realm, could unleash the full power of the longevity sword. Under this situation, the martial Dao body was forced to retreat step by step, and it was unable to withstand the attacks. The heaven and earth cauldron was about to collapse at any time. Wu Dao's true body could only rely on the indestructible prison-suppressing cauldron to temporarily block the sharpness of the longevity sword. However, the merciless heaven continued to attack and could collapse at any time. Su Zimo, you've lost. The patriarch of the Academy regained his confidence and said calmly, "In the face of absolute power, your little tricks can't change the overall situation." Wu Dao's true body resisted as he pondered. The patriarch of the Academy's strength had exceeded his expectations. The patriarch of the Academy should have just entered the martial emperor realm and could only be considered an ordinary imperial emperor. Even so, the patriarch of the academy, who had many trump cards, was definitely an ordinary imperial emperor. He was a powerful existence that could look down on his peers. If the Hell Water Spring had not severely injured the patriarch of the academy first, this battle would have been even more difficult for him. Of course, even so, Wu Dao's true body had a way to deal with it. Otherwise, he would not have lured the patriarch of the academy into the trap. The first was the Netherworld treasure mirror. As long as he was willing to expend a large amount of blood essence and use the Netherworld treasure mirror again, there was a high chance that he would severely injure the patriarch of the academy or even kill him. However, there was an extremely evil artifact spirit hidden in the Netherworld treasure mirror that could not be controlled. This was a huge risk in itself. Another point was that Wu Dao's true body had the bloodline of a king. Even if he expended his blood essence and released the Netherworld Eye, it was unknown if he could kill an imperial emperor. After all, the patriarch of the academy was indeed powerful enough. If he did not kill the patriarch of the academy, the two true bodies would be the ones to die. This was because Wu Dao's true body had already expended a large amount of blood essence and would become extremely weak regardless of whether he succeeded in sacrificing the Netherworld treasure mirror with his blood. If the patriarch of the academy did not die, he would be the one to die. Chapter 2900. There was an even more important reason. Even if Wu Dao's true body used the Netherworld treasure mirror to kill the academy patriarch, he would definitely be targeted by the celestial worship world. At this moment, the celestial worship world must be frantically searching for the person who broke the 9 hell sinful grounds and the group of Rakshasa who escaped. The 9 hell sinful grounds. He had used the power of the Netherworld treasure mirror to break the sinful grounds. Although the celestial worship world did not know of his existence, the power of the Netherworld treasure mirror would definitely remain in the broken sinful grounds. Once he took out the Netherworld treasure mirror again, he would easily be targeted by the celestial worship world. So far, he did not want to fall out with the celestial worship world, nor did he want to be blocked in the Avicii hell and be unable to appear. He still wanted to go to the grand, desolate world. Other than the Netherworld treasure mirror, there was only one last method left. Yuanwu Grotto Heaven. The Yuanwu Grotto Heaven was only at the greater success stage. Of course, it could not threaten the Emperor Realm Academy Patriarch, nor could it fight against a world. However, if he released Wu Dao's Purgatory and Yuanwu Grotto Heaven at the same time, even Wu Dao's true body did not know what kind of power the two would erupt with, because he had never tried it before. Of course, in this way, Wu Dao's true body would still feel that unknown sense of danger. This was a huge risk for him. However, he did not know when that sense of danger would descend. It could be this time or the next time. And now, if he could not suppress the Academy Patriarch, the two true bodies would not be able to escape death. There was one more thing. Even Wu Dao's true body was extremely curious about what kind of changes would occur when Wu Dao's Purgatory and Yuanwu Grotto Heaven fused, because this was not a simple fusion between two grotto heavens. Wu Dao's Purgatory was not a grotto heaven, but a domain that nurtured Wu Dao's techniques. The birth of Yuanwu Grotto Heaven was even more special. In the future, those who cultivated Wu Dao would be able to condense their own Wu Dao domain when they stepped into the martial domain. However, no one could replicate it in Yuanwu Grotto Heaven. The Yuanwu Grotto Heaven was formed when Wu Dao's true body shattered Wu Dao's true body. The birth of Wu Dao's true body was an anomaly in itself. Until now, Su Zimo could not understand why such an anomaly was born when he created Wu Dao in Tianhuang mainland. It was born in the form of a Dao fruit. Back then, Su Zimo's cultivation was too low, so he didn't think too much about the whole process. As he ascended to the upper realm and his cultivation level deepened, he gradually realized that the birth of Wu Dao's fruit was too unusual. At that time, he was only at the Void Return realm. Exhausting his lifespan to establish Wu Dao was already his limit. How could the fruit of Wu Dao, an anomaly that did not belong to the five elements and jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation. What was going on? What happened during the whole process? Although Su Zimo did not have an answer, be it the Wu Dao Purgatory or the Yuanwu Grotto Heaven, both of them were too special. The fusion of the two was not the fusion of two grotto heavens, but the fusion of two Dao techniques. Against the torrential aura of the Academy Patriarch, Wu Dao's true body decided to take a risk. Boom! Suddenly, Wu Dao's true body stopped retreating, and his body became faintly discernible. A gigantic and strange, dark grotto heaven appeared around him. That sense of danger descended once more. This time round it was even more intense. In fact, Wu Dao's true body could vaguely sense the source of that sense of danger. Above the starry skies, could it be the major worlds? Fu! When the Academy Patriarch saw Wu Dao's true body release a grotto heaven, he could not help but chuckle. Greater mastery of the grotto heaven. Is this your final trump card? Wu Dao's true body hurriedly retracted his consciousness and tried his best to suppress that sense of impending danger. Right now, his greatest danger was the Academy Patriarch. Under the pressure of the heartless heaven, the Yuanwu Grotto Heaven, which was only at the greater mastery of the Yuanwu Grotto Heaven, could not withstand the pressure and was on the verge of collapse. Wu Dao's true body frantically activated his martial soul and tried to reform the shattered Wu Dao's purgatory. The Academy Patriarch frowned and seemed to sense a hint of danger. Humph! The Academy Patriarch activated his longevity sword and entangled the prison-suppressing cauldron. At the same time, he held up the heartless heaven and ruthlessly suppressed Wu Dao's true body. The Academy Patriarch did not intend to give Wu Dao's true body a chance to reform the Wu Dao's purgatory. At that moment, Wu Dao's true body made a series of hand seals and pointed in front of him. Boom! A gigantic, dark door surrounded by demonic qi suddenly descended and blocked the Academy Patriarch's path. The door emitted a terrifying aura as if it wanted to devour everything. Black flames burned around the gigantic door. The gates of hell. To a certain extent, this could be considered a form of grotto heaven. As long as it was the power of a grotto heaven, it would not be able to resist the Academy Patriarch's heartless heaven. The desperate struggle of a trapped beast break. The Academy Patriarch shouted. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud boom. The gates of hell and heartless heaven collided, and a loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Almost in an instant, the flames of the Hell's Gate were extinguished. Cracks appeared on the huge gate, and it soon collapsed. That was enough. Just a moment of delay was enough for Wu Dao's true body. When the Academy Patriarch broke through the gates of hell and saw Wu Dao's true body again, Wu Dao's purgatory and Yuanwu Grotto Heaven had been fully released. The two completely different Dao techniques and powers had reached a miraculous equilibrium in Wu Dao's true body and resonated. The Academy Patriarch's expression changed. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from Wu Dao's true body. What was going on? How could such a drastic change happen in the blink of an eye? The Academy Patriarch could not understand and could not believe it. Just as he was hesitating, Wu Dao's true body advanced instead of retreating. His eyes were like torches as he took a step forward, raised his hand, and punched towards the heartless heaven. You want to break my world with your bare hands, you. Before the Academy Patriarch could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud bang. Boom! The fist of Wu Dao's true body hit the heartless heaven, and the Academy Patriarch's world shook violently, and there were even sounds of cracking. Hiss! The Academy Patriarch's body trembled. One punch almost shattered his heartless heaven. What kind of power was this? Looking at the faintly discernible figure of Wu Dao's true body, which seemed to have turned into a dark grotto heaven, the Academy Patriarch's heart finally had a trace of fear. Wu Dao's true body did not give the Academy Patriarch any breathing room. The sense of danger from above the starry sky was getting stronger and stronger, almost suffocating him. He had to suppress the Academy Patriarch as soon as possible. Boom! Wu Dao's true body stepped forward and punched a second time. Each punch contained the power of the fusion and resonance of Wu Dao's Purgatory and Yuanwu, Grotto Heaven. Heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly stopped. Rumble. The next moment, the heartless heaven collapsed under the Academy Patriarch's incredulous gaze. Chapter 2901. Without the protection of a world. It meant that the Patriarch of the Academy had lost his greatest reliance and his combat strength was greatly reduced. Wu Dao's true body had a torrential aura and was unstoppable as he advanced once more in a flash. The Patriarch of the Academy reacted extremely quickly and had already retreated before merciless heaven shattered. At the same time, he flicked his sleeves and 12 wrinkled ancient talismans appeared before him. Every single talisman had 2 strange words etched on it. Su Zimo's expression changed. The words etched on the 12 talismans were of the same origin as the words in the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. 6 of the talismans had black words, Ding Mao, Ding Si, Ding Wei, Ding Yu, Ding Hai, and Ding Chou. The other 6 had white words, Jia Zi, Jia Su, Jia Shen, Jia Wu, Jia Chen, and Jia Yin respectively. The 12 talismans looked extremely ancient and had been through countless years. The power of the words on the talismans had weakened significantly. However, the moment the Patriarch of the Academy released the 12 talismans, they transformed into 12 figures with terrifying auras in the blink of an eye. 6 of them were women in black armor. They had graceful figures and wielded battle swords. Their auras were outstanding, and they resembled fairies from the immortal palaces. The other 6 were men in white armor. They were burly and wielded battle spears. Their auras were torrential, and they resembled divine generals, 12 emperor lords. Wu Dao's true body furrowed his brows slightly. The aura that the 12 figures emanated was not weaker than the Patriarch of the Academy. In fact, it was much stronger. This was not the power of the Patriarch of the Academy himself. It was more like he obtained the treasure from somewhere. There was a high chance that he obtained it from the inheritance ground of the 9 heavens' mystic fairy emperor. Su Zimo gazed at the 12 figures conjured by the talismans in deep thought. Wu Dao's true body did not have time to think. If he wanted to kill the Patriarch of the Academy, he had to break through the obstruction of the 12 men and women. Herg! The 6 men hollered at the same time and stabbed towards Wu Dao's true body with their battle spears. The battle spear tore through the air with great force. The surrounding void instantly collapsed, and countless cracks appeared. The strength of the 6 men was too strong. Apart from not being able to hold up a world, the power that the 6 men in battle armor unleashed was definitely at the Emperor realm. Boom! Wu Dao's true body punched out. This punch caused the void to collapse, enveloping all 6 halberds within it. The 6 halberds deviated from their original trajectory and collided with Wu Dao's fist. Bang! The 6 tall men shuddered, and Wu Dao's original body also paused. The 6 halberds were withstanding an incomparably terrifying explosive force. The entire halberd was pressed down by Wu Dao's fist, and a massive arc appeared in the air, releasing Wu Dao's Purgatory and Yuanwu Grotto Heaven at the same time. He could shatter one side of the Academy Patriarch's world with one punch. At this moment, however, it was blocked by the 6 men transformed from talismans. Moreover, the power of those talismans had obviously weakened a lot due to the passage of time. Otherwise, the combat strength of these 6 men would be even more terrifying. Fist and halberd collided and no one retreated. However, no matter which side it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens if they wanted to take another step forward. At this moment, the 6 black-armored women held sharp swords and moved swiftly. They passed through the gaps between the 6 men and stabbed towards Wu Dao's true body. The sword light was biting cold, and the murderous aura was sinister. This is a little tricky. Wu Dao's true body blocked the 6 men's halberds with one punch. At the same time, he swung the prison-suppressing cauldron and smashed it towards the 6 women. Although the 6 women were transformed from talismans, they seemed to have their own consciousness and combat skills. They did not choose to clash head-on with the prison-suppressing cauldron. Whoosh! The 6 women's movements were agile. Their swords separated from the prison-suppressing cauldron as soon as they touched it. Borrowing the huge force, they bypassed Wu Dao's true body and surrounded Su Zimo behind him. On the other side, the patriarch of the academy threw out 12 talismans. He did not stay where he was. Instead, he retreated and distanced himself from the battlefield as soon as possible, distancing himself from Wu Dao's true body. These 12 talismans were obtained from the inheritance of Shen, Envy Empress of the 9 heavens. They were his biggest trump card. However, he still had no confidence in his heart. He did not know if the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods created by the 12 talismans could stop Wu Daozun. Therefore, after throwing out the 12 talismans, he retreated from the battlefield and stood in the distance to observe. If the situation was not good, he could escape immediately. If the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods could kill Araki Takashi or trap Araki Takashi, it would not be too late for him to turn back. He was cautious by nature. Today, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Su Zimo. He had become even more careful. At this moment, he could not help but be delighted when he saw the 6 Jia gods blocking Wu Dao's true body head-on while the 6 Jade women bypassed Wu Dao's true body and went straight for Qinglian's true body. The 6 Jia gods were holding back Araki Takashi. Su Zimo, who was at the true first realm, could not withstand the attacks of the 6 Jade women at the Emperor realm. He did not even have a chance to escape. If he could obtain the grade 12 creation Qinglian, it meant that there was still a chance for this battle to turn around. On the other side, Su Zimo was still reciting the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra in his heart. The entire Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra only had slightly more than 600 words. He quickly found the same words as those on the talismans just now. Originally, these words were difficult to understand, and he could not understand their meaning. Just now, when he saw the 12 talismans with those words transform into 6 men and 6 women, he gradually understood and understood. According to the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, Ding Mao, Ding Si, Ding Wei, Ding Yu, Ding Hai, and Ding Chou were the 6 Ding. Jia Zi, Jia Su, Jia Shen, Jia Wu, Jia Chen, and Jia Yin were the 6 Jia gods. The 6 Ding were the Jade gods, and the 6 Jia gods were the Divine Generals and the Yang gods. Shu Lu Ding, Lu Jia Xing, gods and ghosts disperse. Su Zimo had been puzzled by the line of words on it for many years. At this moment, because of the 12 talismans scattered by the Patriarch of the Academy, he finally understood the true essence of the Taoist technique within. If he was not wrong, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods should be one of the Taoist techniques of Tai in the technique repository. However, the current situation did not allow him to comprehend and cultivate. He had to deal with the 6 Jade women before him first. It might be difficult for others to resolve the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods. However, Su Zimo could see through the source of the Taoist technique and could resolve it from the source of the power of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods. The 6 Jade women were condensed from the power of Yin, so they were called Yin gods. Su Zimo had never seen any power of Yin that was stronger and purer than the nether fluorescent divine stone in his left eye. In the blink of an eye, the 6 Jade women closed in. Su Zimo was not in a hurry. He raised his head slowly, and his left eye suddenly turned pitch black like ink, emitting a dark and cold aura. The 6 swords of the 6 Jade women were about to stab Su Zimo's body when they suddenly stopped. The expressions on the faces of the 6 maidens became somewhat sluggish. Immediately after, the 6 Jade women turned into streaks of light and entered Su Zimo's left eye, being swallowed clean by the nether fluorescent divine stone. End of chapter. Chapter 2902. The power of the 6 Emperor-level talismans was completely devoured by Su Zimo's left eye. This was an extremely huge and dense power. With the cultivation realm of Qinglian's true body, she could not withstand it at all. However, the power of extreme Yin transformed from the 6 Ding Jade Maidens was completely absorbed by the nether fluorescent divine stone. It did not cause any harm to Su Zimo. The nether fluorescent divine stone was like a bottomless, dark abyss that devoured everything. It was also a freak combination of factors. If Su Zimo had not obtained the Yin-Yang talisman scripture, he would not have been able to deduce that the 6 Ding Jade Maidens were formed from the power of extreme Yin. If he did not have the nether fluorescent divine stone, he would not have been able to devour the 6 Ding Jade Maidens so easily. The Academy Patriarch did not expect that his strongest trump card, which he had hidden for so long and could not even bear to use, would be so easily resolved by Su Zimo. This was the so-called man proposes, God disposes. After the nether fluorescent divine stone devoured the 6 Ding Jade Maidens, Su Zimo did not sense any abnormalities. He activated the illumination divine stone again. His right eye became as white as jade and blazed. Just as expected, the 6 Ding divine generals that were originally fighting Wu Dao's true body turned into rays of white light and surged towards Su Zimo's right eye. The 6 Ding divine generals were formed from the power of the sun. These rays of power of the sun were completely devoured by the illumination divine stone. The 12 emperor-level talismans dissipated. The Academy Patriarch was long gone. The Academy Patriarch was too vigilant. Even after releasing the 12 emperor-level talismans, he did not turn back. Instead, he stood and watched from afar. When he saw the 6 Ding Jade Maidens being absorbed by Su Zimo's left eye, he was extremely decisive and turned to flee without hesitation. He even deliberately left a card to block Araki Takashi's pursuit. This time, not only did he not obtain the 12th grade creation Qinglian, but he was also heavily injured by the Hell Water Spring. His qi and blood were damaged. Moreover, he had lost too much in this battle. The Taboo Mystic Manual, the 3 Pure Jade Book, was taken away by Araki Takashi. The 12 Emperor-level talismans were thrown out, but they did not cause any waves. Although he was unwilling, he could only admit defeat. If he continued to be entangled, his life would end here. Of course, after this battle, he did not only lose the 3 Pure Jade Book. Most importantly, he'd practically lost all his advantages and opportunities. From now on, he could only choose to lay low, conceal his tracks, and carefully cultivate as if he was facing an abyss. He knew that Su Zimo would never let him go. Therefore, as long as Desolate Marshal was alive, he would not dare to show his face. That was because he could not deduce anything about Desolate Marshal. This time he had used all of his trump cards, but he had barely survived. Next time, he had no confidence that he could escape from Araki Takashi. The Academy Patriarch was confident that he could defeat any opponent. However, he was a little afraid of the unfathomable Araki Takashi. What kind of monster had Su Zimo cultivated? The Academy Patriarch could not understand. In addition, he could not return to Qingkuan Academy, not to mention whether Araki Takashi would let him go. If news of today's matter spread, the immortal emperors of the Sword World would probably kill their way to Qingkuan Academy to seek an explanation. He had almost lost everything because he failed to deal with Su Zimo this time. Ever since the clan master of the academy started his cultivation, he had never failed. Even more than 2,000 years ago, although he did not obtain Qinglian, he did gain something. At least, he collected the complete 3 Pure Jade Book. With the complete 3 Pure Jade Book, he went into seclusion for many years and finally comprehended the location of the Longevity Emperor's inheritance. He obtained an opportunity there and obtained the Longevity Sword, stepping into the immortal Emperor realm. But this time he had miscalculated. This miscalculation almost cost him his life. The Academy Patriarch was naturally unwilling to accept this. As he fled, he thought of a countermeasure. His first reaction was to spread the secret between Araki Takashi and Su Zimo to take revenge on Su Zimo. However, on second thought, even if this matter was spread, what harm would it do to Su Zimo? If the various powerhouses and factions knew that Suzimo had a terrifying expert like Araki Takashi protecting him, they would probably be even more careful and not dare to attack him. In that case, wouldn't it save Suzimo a lot of trouble and help him instead? That was not right. After careful consideration, the Academy Patriarch decided to hide it for the time being. That was only one of the reasons. There was a more important reason. I've suffered such a big setback in the hands of Araki Takashi. Why should I remind others? The Academy Patriarch would only feel better if someone else had fallen in the hands of Araki Takashi. After dealing with Liu Ding and Liu Jiexin, 2 balls of purple flames rose in the eyes of Wu Dao's original body. His gaze crossed the layers of void and immediately searched for the Academy Patriarch's traces. Soon, he saw the Academy Patriarch's figure. Wu Dao's original body frowned. The Academy Patriarch's speed of escape was too fast. At this moment, the Academy Patriarch had already fled to the end of the starry sky. It would take a long time to catch up to him. He had consumed a lot of energy in this battle. The Yuanwu Grotto Heaven and Wu Dao's Purgatory could not hold on for much longer. Moreover, the sense of danger from the Yuanwu Grotto Heaven was getting clearer and closer. It even made him shudder with fear. Wu Dao's original body was afraid and hurriedly dispersed the Yuanwu Grotto Heaven. After the Yuanwu Grotto Heaven dissipated, the sense of danger also gradually disappeared. Of course, more importantly, the Academy Patriarch had left him a problem before he left. The Academy Patriarch had originally set up the 8 gates hidden formation around this battlefield, blocking the secrets of the heavens and trapping dozens of kings. If the Academy Patriarch wanted to kill this group of kings, it could be said that it was easy. However, the Academy Patriarch did not do so. Before he escaped, he removed the 8 gates hidden formation and released the dozens of kings. If Wu Dao's original body chose to chase after him, he would definitely put Qinglian's true body in danger. The Academy Patriarch was too smart and too cautious. It was impossible for an emperor to fail when attacking a perfected immortal. Even if he was very confident in this battle, he still left himself a way out. Although he did not manage to kill the Academy Patriarch this time, he had already resolved the crisis of Qinglian's true body. With the Academy Patriarch's cautious personality, as long as Wu Dao's original body was alive, the Academy Patriarch would not dare to appear. Originally, the Academy Patriarch was Suzimo's greatest threat. But now, Wu Dao's original body had become the Academy Patriarch's greatest threat. As for whether the Academy Patriarch would spread the secret of Wu Dao's original body after he escaped, Suzimo was not worried. Firstly, he did not care whether this matter was exposed or not. Secondly, with his understanding of the Academy Patriarch, the latter might not tell anyone. The Academy Patriarch had a dark mind and schemed against others all year round. Now that he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Wu Dao's original body, how could he be kind enough to tell others and let others be on guard? For Suzimo, the gains from this battle were too great. Not only did he get rid of the hidden danger of the Academy Patriarch, but he also obtained the complete 3 Pure Jade book. Another forbidden secret book was in his hands. Not only that, but he also used the 12 talismans thrown out by the Academy Patriarch to decipher the key to the secret method of 6 Ding and 6 Jia in the Yin and Yang talisman scripture. Of course, now was not the time to cultivate. There were still some small troubles around that needed to be dealt with. Chapter 2903. Cold Eye Monarch, Stone Puppet Monarch, Glorious Sun Monarch, and dozens of other kings were trapped in the 8 gates hidden formation and did not dare to act rashly. Songmu, can't your Polychoria find a way out? Not long after, Stone Puppet Monarch was irritated and could not help but ask. After all, they were here to kill Sword World Suzhou. Now that they were trapped here, even if they escaped in the future, they would not have the chance to catch up to Suzhou. No. Songmu's expression was grave as he said in a deep voice, "My Polychoria can see through the surrounding fog, but it can't determine the way out of the 8 gates. Glorious Sun Monarch suddenly said, "This 8 gates hidden formation is indeed powerful. I just vaguely sensed a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from behind the 8 gates. If we enter by mistake, we won't have a chance to survive." The other peak-tier kings also sensed this abnormal fluctuation and nodded. They did not know that this energy fluctuation had nothing to do with the 8 gates hidden formation. It was completely due to the aftermath of the battle between the Academy Patriarch and Wu Dao's true body. It penetrated the 8 gates hidden formation and gradually spread over. Time passed bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding fog gradually thinned and showed signs of dissipating. The dozens of kings were invigorated when they saw this. Without waiting for others to remind him, Sangmu had already activated his polychoria and scanned the surroundings again. The 8 gates have disappeared. Sangmu was overjoyed and hurriedly said the 8 gates hidden formation should have been dispelled. Cold Eye Monarch, Stone Puppet Monarch, Glorious Sun Monarch, and the others did not look good. Humph. King Lu Wang snorted coldly and said, "Even if we managed to escape, I'm afraid that Sword World Su Zhu would have fled by now." The fog had already thinned and could no longer block everyone's vision. The dozens of kings hurriedly spread out their divine senses and looked around. The starry sky was boundless and boundless. Everyone looked over, and almost immediately they discovered 2 figures not far away. One of them had black hair and a delicate face. It was Sword World Su Zhu. The other wore a silver mask, and his purple robe was tattered. He looked miserable and his aura was weak. Although he had severely injured the Academy Patriarch in the battle just now, Wu Dao's true body was also greatly exhausted. His purple robe was in tatters from the impact of Heartless Heaven, and he did not have time to replace it. So he looked miserable. Monarch, Stone Puppet Monarch, and the others' eyes and their eyes lit up. Their eyes saw Su Zimo, Su Zhu, and the others. Originally, everyone thought that Sword World Su Zhu had already escaped and that their pursuit had failed. But they didn't think that Su Zhu would be so close to them. Li. Lord Blood Li suddenly smiled and said, "We are trapped by the 8 gates hidden formation. I think Su Zhu is also trapped in the 8 gates hidden formation. Perhaps this is his fate." God King Rieo said indifferently. Among the kings, only the Blood Shaman King had his eyebrows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. The scene in front of him was strange. It was completely different from what he had expected. Su Zhu should have been taken away by the Academy Patriarch. Why was he still here and there was another person? Where was the Academy Patriarch? "Who is that purple-robed man?" Monarch Lu asked. "Who cares?" The Cold Eye Monarch waved his hand and said casually, "Those who are not important, just kill them all." Wu Dao's true body had entered the Grotto Heaven Realm, and he had only fought once in the Jianmu mountain range. That battle had caused quite a stir in the Heaven Realm, but it was not to the point where his name spread out of the Heaven Realm and spread across the 3,000 worlds. There were many peak kings in the 3,000 worlds. Who would care about someone who had just entered the Grotto Heaven Realm? None of the dozens of kings present recognized Wu Dao's true body. King Sangmu chuckled and said, "I'm very curious now. This Sword World Su Zhu just escaped from the 8 gates hidden formation and suddenly saw us. What kind of mood does he have?" Stone Puppet Monarch said, "I'm afraid he's scared to death." The group of kings burst into laughter upon hearing this. They did not hide their laughter. Pushing aside the faint fog, they walked toward Su Zimo. Under everyone's gaze, Su Zhu seemed to have heard their laughter and turned his head to look at them. Strangely, Su Zhu did not show any surprise or fear on his face. Instead, he was extremely calm. Su Zhu also looked at them strangely. He did not know what to say. Su Zimo looked at the smiling and confident kings and smiled. To be fair, his main purpose in coming to the celestial tribute world was to lure out the Academy Patriarch. The others were not in his plan. Moreover, he had already left the celestial tribute world by using the Tai Yin-Yang escape art. Logically speaking, this group should not be able to find him. Since they had found him, it was not a big deal. He could just kill Wu Dao's true body. "How did you find me?" Su Zimo asked. "Huh." King Song Mu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He said, "Do you think you can escape my Polychoria's detection with your movement technique?" "Polychoria," Su Zimo murmured, then nodded. He looked at Monarch Song Mu and sighed softly. "So it was you who harmed them." "Aye." Monarch Song Mu blinked, not understanding what Su Zimo meant. "Who did I harm?" Su Zimo looked at the kings across from him. "This is probably your fate." Monarch Sun Glory frowned. He just said the same thing. He stared at Su Zimo and said slowly, "Are you trying to provoke me by imitating my tone?" Stone Puppet Monarch suddenly said coldly, "Don't waste words with him. Let's kill him first. I think Lu Yin and the others will catch up soon. We don't want to complicate matters." "All right." Su Zimo clapped his hands gently and smiled. "Let's talk after we kill him." The moment he said that, Wu Dao's true body suddenly moved. He was behind Su Zimo a moment ago. Now he was in front of Stone Puppet Monarch in an instant. He was too fast. Right now, Wu Dao's true body could defeat a quasi-emperor expert just by relying on his physical body. His strength and speed were far beyond these kings. Stone Puppet Monarch was almost defenseless. How could he have expected that the purple-robed man who looked wretched and weak would suddenly appear before him? A huge sense of danger descended. Stone Puppet Monarch's eyes widened and his scalp tingled. His pupils constricted violently, and he instinctively wanted to support his perfected grotto heaven. However, Wu Dao's true body didn't give him the chance. He reached out and placed his palm on Stone Puppet Monarch's head, twisting it forcefully. Crack! Stone Puppet Monarch's head was snapped by Wu Dao's true body instantly. Shing! Following that, everyone heard a horrifying sound. Wu Dao's true body grabbed Stone Puppet Monarch's head and lifted it up, plucking Stone Puppet Monarch's head from his neck. Blood gushed out from his neck, and the broken flesh and bones were a shocking sight. Before anyone could react, Stone Puppet Monarch's head was crushed like a watermelon by that huge hand, splattering white and red blood everywhere. Chapter 2904. Hiss! The surrounding King Realm experts were greatly shaken as they all sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that the Stone Demon Monarch was a pinnacle king. His combat strength was at the top among them, but he couldn't even take a single blow from the purple-robed man. As a pinnacle king of the stone race, the Stone Demon Monarch's strongest point was his physical body. He could even take on Grotto Heaven's spiritual treasures. But now, the Stone Demon Monarch's head was crushed by the purple-robed man. What kind of power was this? The kings saw that Wu Dao's main body was in a sorry state and his aura was weak. They didn't take him seriously at all. Who would have thought that Wu Dao's main body would be so terrifying? Wu Dao's main body fought the Academy Patriarch and used all his trump cards. It was indeed difficult for him to win. But even in his weakened state, Wu Dao's main body didn't take these kings seriously. "How dare you!" "Kill!" The Cold Eye Monarch, Divine Monarch Rieo, and the others were furious. They shouted and raised their grotto heavens. Boom! 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 In an instant, dozens of huge grotto heavens appeared, exuding a majestic but completely different grotto heaven power. They enveloped Wu Dao's main body. The Stone Demon Monarch died too easily. This scene shocked everyone. No one dared to hold back. They raised their grotto heavens and took out their grotto heaven's spiritual treasures without holding back. Wu Dao's main body didn't say a word. He ignored the Cold Eye Monarch, Divine Monarch Rieo, and the others' perfected grotto heavens and punched. The Cold Eye Monarch and Divine Monarch Rieo felt a suffocating pressure. At this moment, it was as if the sky was collapsing. This fist kept expanding in front of everyone's eyes. It was like a punishment from a god that came from the end of the heavens. wanting to destroy everything. Grotto Heaven's spiritual treasures, secret techniques, and talismans were all destroyed when they landed on this fist. Nothing was spared. Under the pressure of this fist, the dozen or so Grotto Heavens on the other side collapsed instantly. Their bodies were torn apart by this fist, and their blood stained the starry sky. The primordial spirits of these kings had nowhere to run. They were instantly obliterated by the power of Wu Dao's main body's punch. The difference was too great. It was simply unstoppable. Upon seeing this, the remaining kings all turned pale with fright. Just a single punch was enough to kill a dozen kings. What kind of existence did they provoke? How could there be such a person by Su Zhu's side? Run. This was the only thought left in everyone's mind. No one cared about killing Sword World's Su Zhu anymore. They just wanted to leave this place alive. King Lu Wu was the first to react. He turned into a beam of golden light and tried to escape. Wu Dao's true body moved half a step to the side. In just half a step, he had crossed the void and arrived behind King Lu Wu. Then he punched his Grotto Heaven and body into pieces. After killing King Lu Wu, Wu Dao's true body didn't stop moving. Instead, his gaze landed on King Wu. Blood King Wu's heart trembled, and he was so scared his soul almost flew out of his body. Soul mourning curse. Decay curse. Karmic burning karma curse. In a moment of desperation, Blood King Wu instantly cast more than a dozen curses. Some targeted the essence spirit, some targeted the bloodline, and some targeted the physical body. Wu Dao's true body ignored these curses and strode over. He raised his hand and punched through King Wu's Grotto Heaven, killing him on the spot. The filthy and strange power of these curses landed on Wu Dao's true body and was instantly reduced to nothingness by his scorching blood qi. The remaining kings wanted to escape, but there was no way they could. Boom! Another punch was thrown. The starry sky caved in deeply as the surrounding space distorted continuously. This punch almost created a black hole in the starry sky. The group of monarchs didn't manage to get very far before they felt a massive suction force. Their Grotto Heavens were out of their control and seemed to be actively colliding with Wu Dao's true body's fist. Poof! 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 In the starry sky, the Grotto Heavens shattered one by one and turned into streams of light that entered Wu Dao's true body. In the 9 nether sin grounds, Wu Dao's true body had killed more than a dozen kings of the celestial worship world and devoured their Grotto Heavens. Now, this group of kings had taken the initiative to deliver dozens of Grotto Heavens to him. There were even many complete Grotto Heavens. If he absorbed all the Grotto Heavens in the celestial worship world and the dozens of Grotto Heavens in front of him, perhaps the cultivation of Wu Dao's true body could improve. In the starry sky, the bodies of the kings were torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. It was a shocking sight. It was a complete suppression. In the eyes of Wu Dao's true body, this group of kings was like a group of ants. Along the way, a casual punch could kill a group of them. You, who are you? Blood King Wu saw that he could not escape and could not help but scream. He shouted fiercely, "We are all from the various super realms. If you dare!" Before Blood King Wu could finish, his head was smashed by Wu Dao's true body. Faster, faster! Lu Yun and the others drove the immortal boat anxiously, following the tracks left behind by the Cold Eye King and the others. The Chi Dragon King shook his head slightly as he followed behind. Although they did not waste too much time outside the celestial worship world, it was more than enough time for the Cold Eye King and the others to kill a true spirit. Even if they rushed over now, it would be too late. Of course, these thoughts only flashed through her mind, and she did not say them out loud. The kings of the 3,000 realms also followed behind the Sword World people with the mentality of watching a show, whispering to each other. I think that there will be a big battle between the two sides when we catch up to the Cold Eye King and the others. If I were Lu Yun and the others, I would choose to return to the Sword World and make further plans. Now that the 6 super realms have joined forces, The sword world is weak alone. If they continue to fight, their losses will be even greater. Speaking of which, the Cold Eye King and the Stone Skeleton King, these famous peak kings, joining forces to kill a true spirit is too much. Right at this moment, one of the kings sniffed lightly and said, "I smell blood. It's just ahead. Su Zhu from the sword dimension is probably dead." It didn't take long for the crowd to see a huge pool of blood in front of them. It looked like a huge lake. "What's going on?" A king frowned and said, "It's just killing a true spirit. There shouldn't be so much blood, right?" Not long after, the kings of the 3,000 realms had arrived. They subconsciously slowed down and looked at the scene in front of them, their faces full of shock. Pieces of broken body parts were scattered in the sky. Some heads were perfectly preserved, their eyes wide open, and their faces still had the fear of death. Many Grotto Heaven's spirit treasures had turned into countless dim fragments, floating in the sky with large amounts of king's blood. The blood still gave off a lingering warmth. If these broken limbs were pieced together, one could still vaguely recognize the king's origins. The Cold Eye King, the Stone Skeleton King, Godly King Rieo, King Bloodly, King Wuxue, King Lu Wu. Strangely, there was a black-haired, green-robed man who was bending his body and walking in the pool of blood, picking up storage bags. Chapter 2905. That was Sword Realm's Su Zhu. He wasn't dead. Instead, it was the dozens of kings who had been hunting him that had died. Not only that, but this true immortal was even wandering among the king's corpses, picking up storage bags and cleaning up the battlefield. The beings of the 3,000 worlds widened their eyes in disbelief. In such a tragic and bloody battlefield, the severed limbs of kings and divine weapons floated everywhere. It could be said to be a ghastly sight and incomparably shocking. However, the true immortal who should have died didn't fit in with the battlefield at all. The scene before them was indescribably eerie. Of course, they weren't naive enough to believe that the Frost-Eye King and the other kings had died at Sword Realm's Su Zhu's hands. That was impossible. Although Sword Realm's Su Zhu was a true spirit and had comprehended many combat arts, the difference in strength between him and a Grotto Heaven realm cultivator was too great. Even an ordinary immortal king could have easily killed Sword Realm's Su Zhu, let alone dozens of kings, including peerless kings and peak-tier kings. But who had killed the Frost-Eye King and the others? Everyone took a closer look and saw that the dozens of kings who'd chased after Su Zhu had all died here. To be able to wipe out dozens of kings in such a short time. A quasi-emperor? An emperor? I didn't expect Sword Realm to have such a trump card. The Chi Dragon King took a long look at the people of Sword Realm and sighed. But soon he frowned again. On Sword Realm's side, Lu Yin and the other 8 peak masters were also stunned by the scene before them. Their faces were full of shock, as if this was completely unexpected. Judging from the way these people died, it doesn't seem like a sword cultivator's doing. The Chi Dragon King looked thoughtfully at the figure in the pool of blood. But if it's not someone from Sword Realm, who could it be? Not to mention the beings of the 3,000 worlds. Even those from Sword Realm were shocked by the scene before them. Defeating a king was easy, but killing a king was extremely difficult. Outside Reverence Realm, a great battle had broken out between kings of various realms. Nearly 300 kings had been involved. How intense had that been? Even so, only a dozen or so ordinary kings had died after the battle. There were dozens of kings chasing after Su Zimo, and among them there were even peak kings like the Cold Eye King and Stone Puppet King. Even if Lu Yin and the other peak masters worked together with Nightmare Dragon King, they might not be able to defeat this group, let alone kill them all. The person who attacked should not be from the Sword World. If it was an Imperial Lord of the Sword Realm, there was no need for him to leave or hide his tracks. He could just show himself. But if it wasn't the Sword Realm, then who would have saved Su Zimo? Furthermore, why would this person appear at such a timely and coincidental time? While everyone was still in shock and confusion, the figure in the pool of blood seemed to have cleaned up the battlefield and collected the storage pouches of the dozens of kings. The scholarly cultivator with a delicate face stood up and looked over at the crowd. He smiled and greeted. "Ha! Sorry for being late, fellow cultivators." For some reason, the incomparably bloody scene in front of them, coupled with this cultivator's brilliant smile and mocking tone, caused a chill to run down the backs of the many living beings in the 3,000 realms. Who killed Su Zhu? The Cold Eye King, the Stone Puppet King, and the others? The leader of the Poison Realm was the first to react with a dark expression and questioned loudly. "I don't know." Su Zimo shrugged and said casually, "Someone happened to be passing by. Maybe he couldn't stand these kings bullying the weak, so he killed them with a few punches." Many of the living beings in the 3,000 realms couldn't help but roll their eyes. Who would believe such nonsense? Moreover, Su Zhu had said it so casually that he was obviously fooling them. Those were dozens of kings, not 3-year-old children. How could he kill them with a few punches? The leader of the Tomb Realm harumphed and said, "Su Zhu, stop talking nonsense and putting on an act." "You, all right." Su Zimo waved a hand and interrupted him before he could finish. Su Zimo glanced at the kings of the Poison Realm, Tomb Realm, and Insect Realm who were attacking him outside the Celestial Tribute Realm and said seriously with a smile, "Let me remind you, you should watch your tone when talking to me." "You." The king of the Tomb Realm was furious. He was already furious that a true immortal had dared to interrupt him. How dare he talk to him like that? The kings of the Poison Realm, Insect Realm, and more than a dozen other realms frowned. Either way, Su Zhu was only a true spirit. They were embarrassed to be threatened by a true spirit in front of so many people. Su Zimo's voice was heard again. He said calmly, "If someone happens to pass by and doesn't like you, they might just kill you with a few punches." The kings from the Poison World, Tomb World, and other worlds were shocked when they heard this. The group of kings hurriedly patrolled the area and released their divine senses. They were on high alert, and a trace of panic and fear could be seen in their eyes. They had just witnessed the bloody scene of the Cold Eye King and the Stone Puppet King dying. Who wouldn't be scared after hearing such words? This was too scary. If Su Zimo had told them who the attacker was and where he came from, they wouldn't be so scared. This kind of vague, ambiguous, and unknown was the scariest thing. Su Zimo sighed. "You should be glad that you didn't chase after me with the Cold Eye King and the other kings." Otherwise, Su Zimo didn't continue, but everyone could tell what he meant. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a few dozen kings who died in the pool of blood. Hearing this, the kings of the Poison Realm, Tomb Realm, and more than a dozen other realms were indeed scared. Their faces paled, and they couldn't help but swallow. The starry sky suddenly fell into a strange calm, and it was perfectly silent. It was as if everyone was intimidated by an invisible force and fear. "Sorry for disturbing you. Farewell." After a brief silence, the king of some unknown world cupped his fists toward Su Zimo and left hurriedly with a sentence before turning to flee. The remaining kings of the other realms also ran away. They didn't dare to stay any longer. All the beings in the 3,000 realms didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw this. Many kings looked at Su Zimo with complicated expressions and sighed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have imagined that more than 200 kings from more than 20 realms, led by the 6 super realms, would be defeated just like that. The kings of the Poison Realm, Tomb Realm, and more than a dozen other realms could even fight with the Sword Realm's 8 Peak Masters and the Hornless Dragon King. But now they were scared away by a true spirit realm cultivator. No one could imagine how big of an uproar this battle would cause in the 3,000 realms. But everyone knew that the Sword Realm's 9th Sword Peak Master's name would shake the 3,000 realms with this battle. Chapter 2906. Fellow Dawa Suju is so young, but you've already become a god in one battle. You'll definitely be famous in the future. If you're free, why don't you visit the Kuan Realm? I'll definitely welcome you. The leader of the Kuan Realm cupped his hands at Su Zimo to express his goodwill. Although Su Zimo was the peak lord of the 9th sword peak. He was still at the true self realm. Now, the leader of the Kuin realm addressed Su Zimo as a fellow Taoist. This meant that he viewed Su Zimo as someone on the same level as himself and wanted to befriend him. The Kuin realm is surrounded by seawater. It's really boring. Why don't you come to the Peng realm? The leader of the Peng realm immediately said, Fellow Taoist Su Zhu, I'm the Crimson Barbarian King. A burly man from the barbarian race stepped forward and cupped his fists. In just a short while, many kings from other realms stepped forward and greeted Su Zimo. Other than wanting to befriend him, these realms also wanted to interact more with the Sword Realm. The Sword Realm had given birth to such a monstrous genius who had comprehended 7 supreme theurgies at the Kongming Realm. It was unprecedented. With such a person, the Sword Realm would definitely prosper. Dozens of kings had tried to kill him, but failed. They could also see that there was definitely an expert protecting him behind the scenes. Su Zimo had no reason to reject the goodwill of these realms and responded with a smile. Not long after, the living beings of the 3,000 realms dispersed and returned to their respective realms. A king said, Dozens of kings from the 6 super realms died because of the Sword Realm's Su Zhu. The 6 super realms will definitely not let this matter rest. If they use this to start a realm war, they won't. Another person shook his head. The 6 super realms teamed up to kill a true spirit. They were the first to break the balance. Even if they all die, they can't blame anyone else. If they start a realm war with the Sword Realm because of this, they won't be able to justify it. It will only attract endless criticism. Moreover, the Sword Realm is also a super realm. After today, they will be on guard. It won't be that easy to destroy the Sword Realm. Once a realm war starts, it will be difficult to stop it. If the 6 super realms suffer heavy losses, they will also have scruples. The first person pondered for a while before nodding. But no matter what, after today, the Sword Realm and the 6 super realms have a grudge. Yes. Another person nodded and said, I'm afraid there will be a great battle between them in the future. It's just that they lack the right opportunity. A suitable opportunity? The first person was puzzled. Another person explained, in a war between super great worlds like this, the ones who truly decide the outcome are the Imperial Emperors. I heard that the few peak Imperial Emperors of the Sword World don't have much time left. If the Sword World doesn't have a successor, doesn't the Sword World have a monster like Su Zhu? If I were one of the 6 super realms, I wouldn't have waited for Su Zhu to rise to power. Sigh. Speaking of which, in today's battles, whether it's the supreme true spirits that died in the evil demon battlefield or the dozens of kings that died in the starry sky, they were all innocent. What do you mean? If the Heavenly Eye clan Xia Yin hadn't taken Su Zhu's Heaven Bestowment Medallion before he died, this series of deaths wouldn't have happened. This Xia Yin is too much of a scammer. As the living beings of the 3,000 realms dispersed, the people of the Sword World also boarded the immortal boat. They tore through the void and entered the spatial tunnel, speeding towards the Sword World. On the immortal boat, the 8 peak lords came to Su Zimo's room at the same time and stared fixedly at him, as if trying to discern something from his face. What are you looking at? Su Zimo asked with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, the expert who killed the Cold Eye King and the others shouldn't be from the Sword World. There's no trace of sword energy left on the battlefield. Brother Su, is this expert a sovereign emperor? Yulan couldn't help but ask curiously. Of course, they didn't believe what Su Zimo had said to the 3,000 realms of the 3,000 realms. He just happened to be passing by, stood up for injustice, and killed dozens of kings with a few punches. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Moreover, if this expert didn't know Su Zimo at all, why would he offend the 6 super realms for the sake of a stranger? This is suffocating. Lord Bai Tianxing of Overlord Sword Peak couldn't hold himself back any longer. You've said a lot, but none of you have any key points. Brother Su, who is this expert? Is it convenient for you to tell us? If it's inconvenient, we can understand. The other peak lords nodded as well. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. There was no need to hide anything from the peak lords of the sword world. So he said, I killed the Cold Eye King and the others. The 8 peak lords resisted the urge to roll their eyes and subconsciously clench their fists. If you don't want to tell us, then don't tell us. Who cares? Bai Tianqing snorted and curled his lips. You're asking for a beating. Yu Lan waved his fist at Su Zimo and pretended to hit him. Nonsense. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Brother Su, even if you want to brush us off, can you please be a little more serious? Nonsense. Why don't you just say that someone happened to pass by and killed dozens of kings with a few punches? Su Zimo was a little exasperated and explained seriously, I did kill those people. I can't listen any more. Before he could finish, Lu Yun shook his head and sighed. He half-jokingly said, Brother Su, you're insulting our intelligence. It's nothing. Yu Lan patted Su Zimo's shoulder and said gently, This is a serious matter and you have your difficulties. We understand. We were just asking casually. No matter what, we're happy for you from the bottom of our hearts that you have such an expert protecting you. Su Zimo smiled wryly. He was telling the truth, but no one believed him. The 8 peak lords didn't pursue the matter, and he didn't explain. One day, the 8 peak masters would realize that what he said today was the truth. Su Zimo suddenly thought of something and asked with a frown, Brother Lu, do you know the origins of the sword cultivators in the fiend battlefield? Sword cultivators? Lu Yun paused, then nodded. There are indeed some sword cultivators in the fiend battlefield, but I don't know their exact origins. The other peak lords were also at a loss. Is there a problem? Yu Lan subconsciously asked, sensing that Su Zimo seemed to be implying something. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and said slowly, I asked one of the 10 great fiends, the plain-clothed swordsman. His surname is Luo. The 8 peak lords were shocked and looked at each other with bewildered expressions. They had all guessed a possibility, but this possibility was too horrifying. They didn't dare to believe it. Shin Yu said hesitantly, Could it be just a coincidence? Lu Yun and the others were silent. After a while, Lu Yun said in a low voice, I'm afraid we'll have to ask them when we return to the Sword World. Chapter 2907 Heaven Domain Divine Firmament, Immortal Domain, Dajin Immortal Empire. In the main hall of the palace, a man in a yellow robe sat in the middle. His face was resolute, his eyes were long and narrow, and he exuded an invisible majesty. This was the ruler of the Dajin Immortal Empire, King Jin. Below King Jin sat another man in a white robe. His expression was cold, and there was a murderous intent between his eyebrows. In the Dajin Immortal Empire, he could be said to be second only to one person. He was in charge of punishment and killing, Heavenly Punishment King. Is there news? Heavenly Punishment King asked. His voice was sonorous and powerful. King Jin shook his head slightly. Let's wait a little longer, and sure should be back soon. The two of them chatted casually for a while. Not long after, the void outside the hall suddenly collapsed, and a pitch-black vortex appeared. A figure walked out of it with a calm expression. His facial features were somewhat similar to Prince Jin's. Crown Prince of King Jin, King Ensure. King Ensure stepped into the main hall, bowed to King Jin, and then slightly cupped his hands to Heavenly Punishment King to greet him. Under the expectant gazes of King Jin and Heavenly Punishment King, King Ensure said in a low voice, as father expected, the Heaven Baron sect should have nothing to do with Emperor Bosun. They also don't have any foundation, and their overall strength can only be considered to be at the bottom of the heaven-level forces. King Jin breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and said, I have long suspected that Araki Takashi of the Demon Domain is just using the name of Emperor Bo-Sun to intimidate others. Ever since Emperor Bo-Sun appeared near the Grand Taiwei Mountain, He completely disappeared and never showed his face again. I suspect that he has already died or was buried in the Avicii hell. Moreover, if the Heaven Baron sect is really a force cultivated by Emperor Bo's son, they would not be so weak and develop so slowly. King and Shur nodded. The demon domain has almost been unified by the world devastator demon emperor, and only the Heaven Baron sect is left in a corner, occupying a very small territory and struggling at death's door. Although the world devastator demon emperor did not annex it, over the years, some of the kings who originally joined the Heaven Wasteland sect have left one after another and joined the world devastator demon emperor. Now there are only a few demon kings left in the Heaven Wasteland sect, and they are all ordinary demon kings. There isn't even a peerless demon king who has condensed a grotto heaven, let alone a peak demon king. The Heavenly Punishment King's fingernails, which were originally tapping on the table, suddenly paused and asked, "Is there any news about Araki Takashi?" King and Shirwang shook his head slightly. According to my observations over the years, Araki Takashi of the Demon Domain should not be in the Heaven Wasteland sect. Oh! The Heaven Punishment King raised his eyebrows slightly. King and Shirwang explained, "I once sent a few friends from the demon realm to the Heaven Baron sect to kill, and then left. Araki Takashi from the demon realm never showed up. With Araki Takashi's strength, if he encountered such a thing, how could he not show up? Araki Takashi from the demon domain was at the True One realm, but he dared to kill his way to the Jade Heaven Immortal Domain alone for a Tao child, and almost killed all the top true immortals of the Jade Heaven Immortal Domain. Later, under the Jimmu tree, he fought against the immortal kings and heavenly kings of the immortal and Buddhist domains alone, leaving a deep impression on the people of the Heaven realm. With such a strong and decisive style of doing things, if someone came to kill him, it was indeed unlikely that he would not be able to hide. The Heavenly Punishment King said in a low voice, "It's best that he is not here. This Araki Takashi from the demon domain still has some tricks up his sleeve." King and Shirwang smiled. "Uncle Heavenly Punishment, you worry too much. It is said that in the battle under the Jinmu tree, Araki Takashi from the demon domain had just stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm, and his battle strength was at most comparable to a peak immortal king. The cultivation of the Grotto Heaven realm is extremely difficult. Only 2,000 years have passed, and his cultivation realm cannot have improved. Even if he is in the Heaven Baron sect, there is nothing to worry about." After listening for a while, King Jean suddenly asked, "What is Feng Santian's cultivation realm?" "Father, he is still at the Grotto Heaven realm." King and Shirwang's expression was relaxed. Although his cultivation speed is extremely fast, and he has almost cultivated the small Grotto Heaven to the limit, it is not that easy to step into the next realm and evolve it into a greater Grotto Heaven. The three present had all cultivated from this realm, and naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate in the Grotto Heaven realm. For a small Grotto Heaven to transform into a greater Grotto Heaven, not only did it require the accumulation of time and the accumulation of Tao techniques, it also required more opportunities. "Do you know why I am thinking about him?" King Jean asked. The three present were almost all participants in the grudge back then. Feng Santian's Tao fruit was shattered, and he was imprisoned under Thunder Extinction City, nailed to a stone pillar by the executioner's saber. He did not see the light of day for hundreds of thousands of years, and it was all because of King Jean and the Heavenly Punishment King. During this period, Feng Santian's son, Feng Yunzhou, was even shamelessly killed by the crown prince of King Jean. King Jean slowly said, "He has a blood feud with us, and it can be said that he will not rest until one of us is dead. I know him, and he will definitely not let this matter rest. One day he will kill his way back, even if he only has one breath left. And I know his talent even better. If he is given enough time, he will definitely surpass me and us. At that time, it will be the end of us and the great Jean." The Heavenly Punishment King did not refute. In his heart, he also agreed with what King Jean said. He could not imagine how Feng Cantillon had stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm when his Tao fruit was shattered. He also could not imagine how Feng Cantillon had endured the pain and torture of being imprisoned underground for hundreds of thousands of years. King Jean seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of unwillingness flashed across his face. Back then, if I could have obtained a part of the 12th grade creation Xinglian, I would definitely have had the chance to become a quasi-emperor, and I would not have to be so afraid of Feng Cantillon. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. King and comforted. Father, don't worry. I have already found out the real situation of the Heaven Baron sect. This time, we will definitely destroy the Heaven Baron sect and bring back Feng Santian's head. Do you want me to go with you? Asked the Heavenly Punishment King. Uncle Heavenly Punishment, don't worry. I have my own plans this time, and I will not fail. King and was confident and smiled. This time, we don't even need to use the immortal kings of the Great Gene to go to the Heaven Baron sect. That Araki Takashi of the Demon Domain had killed many true immortals in the Jade Heaven Immortal Domain, and also fought with the kings of the Immortal and Buddhist domains under the Divine Tree. There are people from the other immortal domains and the Pure Lands who have enmity with him. As long as we connect these people, we will be able to gather at least 10 kings. I have also contacted a few friends from the Demon Domain, and there are many peak demon kings among them. More than 10 kings are enough to flatten the Heaven Baron sect. King Jean pondered for a while and said, just in case, find some more kings and promise them great treasures. When we gather 30 kings, we will act. That's easy, King nodded and said, as long as we give them enough benefits, there are some rogue kings who will definitely not refuse. Go and do it. King Jean said, the sooner the better. I will wait for your triumphant return in the palace. King bowed and left. King Jean looked at King Anne's back and nodded slightly, a trace of approval in his eyes. Among his sons, the one with the greatest achievements and the best talent was unsure. In the future, if he had no hope of stepping into the mortal emperor realm, only Ensure had the qualifications and ability to continue to rule the great Gene immortal empire. Chapter 2908. The Demon Territory. The Heaven Baron Sect. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. A middle-aged man blushed and said, when we were in trouble, we were taken in by the Heaven Baron Sect. Now that we have to leave, I really feel bad about it. Behind the middle-aged man was a group of cultivators with different cultivation levels. They were all ready to leave the Heaven Baron sect with the middle-aged man. Feng Cantillon just smiled and did not say anything. The middle-aged man and the group of cultivators behind him hesitated for a moment before saying, however, now that the World Devastator Demon Emperor has almost unified the demon realm, this is a general trend that cannot be stopped. For better survival, we can only follow the general trend and submit to the World Devastator Demon Emperor. Brother Feng, why are you still holding on? Why don't you? Feng Cantillon shook his head slightly and said indifferently, everyone has their own aspirations. There's no need to say anything more. Hearing this, the middle-aged man blushed and did not try to persuade him any more. In recent years, there have been some mysterious experts wandering around the Heaven Baron sect. Brother Feng, please be careful. The middle-aged man added, cupped his fists, and turned to leave with the group behind him. Feng Cantillon looked at the group of cultivators, leaving with a complicated expression. Over the years, the World Devastator Demon Emperor had not touched the Heaven Baron sect. But compared to the entire demon territory, the Heaven Baron sect was too weak and insignificant. If the World Devastator Demon Emperor wanted to flatten the Heaven Baron sect, it would only take a thought. No one knew when this would happen. It was only a matter of time. Under such pressure, more and more cultivators left the Heaven Baron sect and chose to join the World Devastator Demon Emperor. Moreover, over the years, Araki Takashi had not shown up. There were even rumors in the Heaven Baron sect that Araki Takashi had died. Now, there were only a few kings left in the Heaven Baron sect. Some Heaven Immortals and True Immortals had also left, leaving almost all the cultivators from the lower world. Although the demon territory ruled by the world devastator demon emperor was a powerful behemoth, these cultivators from the lower world would not have a good life if they joined. Only in the Heaven Baron sect. They would not be discriminated against, treated unfairly, and would not kill each other over some cultivation resources. Only in the Heaven Baron sect could they live like humans. I don't know where Master went. It's been so long and there's been no news. Sirius walked over listlessly and complained. Beside him were the 7 emotions demon generals of the Heaven Baron sect: Ming Kong, Yen Beichin, Demoness Ji, Chiu Siluo, and Gu Tongyu. Demoness Ji's cultivation realm was already higher than the others to begin with. Coupled with the inheritance of the 9 Nether Emperor, she was the first to reach true self-realm after cultivating for more than 2,000 years. Following closely behind were Ming Kong and Yen Beichin. Both of them had their own opportunities. Ming Kong inherited the inheritance of Emperor Ananda and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Yen Beichin inherited the inheritance of Emperor Bosun. Both of them had just entered the true first realm. Chiu, Siluo, and Gu Tongyu had also reached the peak of 9th stage Heaven Immortal and could break through at any time. Senior Foam, don't worry. The World Devastator Demon Emperor hasn't touched the Heaven Baron sect all these years, and he probably won't do anything in the future. Everyone could see the worry in Foam Cantillon's heart and comforted him. Foam Cantillon shook his head slightly as he looked into the distance and muttered, "Actually, I'm not worried about the World Annihilation Devil Emperor. At the edge of the abyss of immortals and demons, there were more than 20 kings gathered. Some of them were from the 9 heavens immortal realm, while others were wearing monk robes, obviously from the Pure Lands. King and Shirwang, what are we waiting for? Let's go now." A king said, "With our battle strength, we can flatten the Heaven Baron sect." Most of these kings were ordinary kings. There was a peak immortal king from the 9 heavens immortal realm, and a peak heavenly king from the Pure Lands. Let's wait a little longer. King and Shirwang smiled and said, "There are a few Taoists from the demon realm, and one of them is called the Poor Demon King. I'm sure everyone has heard of him." The kings felt a chill in their hearts, and they all nodded. It was said that the Poor Demon King's true form was an ancient ferocious beast, Cheongqi. It had immense strength and was extremely ferocious. He was a peak demon king who had been famous for a long time. I didn't expect King and Shirwang to be able to invite the Poor Demon King to help. I'm impressed. A rogue cultivator king complimented. These immortal kings and heavenly kings usually considered themselves to be on the righteous path and talked about slaying demons. However, if they really encountered a demon king, they wouldn't easily make a move. If there were benefits to be gained and they had a common goal, it wasn't unacceptable for them to cooperate. In these people's hearts, many things were just lip service. What they really cared about was their own interests. Brother Wild Wind. King and Shirwang looked at a king in the crowd and cupped his fist slightly. He said, "I heard that the Grand Firmament Immortal Realm is not peaceful recently." Wild Wind King grinned and said, "Not only is it not peaceful, even the Grand Firmament Palace has changed owners." Hearing this, the other kings all turned to look at him. They had also heard about the situation in the Grand Firmament Immortal Realm, but they didn't expect the Grand Firmament Palace to change owners. What about the Grand Firmament Immortal Emperor? A king asked. Wild Wind King said, "The original Grand Firmament Immortal Emperor is dead. Now, the Grand Firmament Immortal Emperor has been replaced by someone else. The entire Grand Firmament Immortal Realm respects him and listens to his orders. The original Grand Firmament Immortal Emperor's bloodline has been completely wiped out, and the descendants of the Emperor clan were all killed." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. So ruthless? Who is the new Grand Firmament Immortal Emperor? How could he have such means? The Grand Firmament Immortal Emperor has ruled the Grand Firmament Immortal Realm for many years. He has a strong foundation and has a good relationship with the imperial emperors of the other immortal realms. Why didn't the other imperial emperors come to help? Wild Wind King shook his head and said, "The new Grand Firmament Immortal Emperor is too famous. It is said that he was trapped in the Emperor tomb for many years and did not die. Now that he has returned, the imperial emperors of the other immortal realms do not dare to go against him. This imperial emperor seems to be called Immortal Emperor Chenmu. He was originally the ruler of the Grand Firmament Immortal Realm. Now that he has returned, he is only taking back what was originally his." The kings sighed again when they heard this. In recent years, there had been frequent wars everywhere, and even the heaven realm was not peaceful. There was a world-destroying demon emperor in the demon realm, and he was fighting everywhere. Now, there was such a huge change in the Grand Firmament Immortal Realm, and even the imperial emperors were killed. How is the Pure Lands? Did anything big happen? King Enshirwang turned to look at the Buddhist heavenly kings. Amitabha, the peak heavenly king of the Buddhist sect, put his palms together and softly recited his Dharma name. A look of reverence appeared on his face as he said in a deep voice, "The Pure Lands is peaceful and peaceful. Blessed by the Buddha, a wise man like Lord Six Brahma was born. It was because of Lord Six Brahma's guidance that I was able to break through and cultivate to the complete grotto heaven. Congratulations, congratulations." The other kings all congratulated him and revealed looks of envy. The Buddhist king continued. Several imperial emperors of the Buddhist sect were jealous of Lord Six Brahma. They even joined forces to discuss the Tao with Lord Six Brahma, but they were all defeated. In the end, they were enlightened by Lord Six Brahma and became his disciples. Now, under the leadership of Lord Six Brahma, the Pure Lands are fearless even in the face of the world-destroying demon emperor. Lord Six Brahma is the reincarnation of the Buddha. He will become the second great emperor of the Buddhist sect and create an era that belongs to the Buddhist sect. King Enshirwang frowned. In the eyes of this Buddhist king, he saw not only respect and admiration, but also a kind of sick fanaticism. End of chapter. Chapter 2909. At this moment, a crack appeared in the surrounding space, and 7 figures walked out. They all had gloomy auras, and the one leading them was the poor demon king that King En and the others had just discussed. King Enshirwang had gathered 33 kings, and most of them had been famous for many years. There was no need to introduce them. Everyone is here, let's not delay. Among the 33 kings, there were 3 peak kings. King Enshirwang was confident that he could flatten the Heaven Baron sect. It's safer to descend outside the galaxy and go around. Poor Demon King suddenly said in a low voice. King Enshirwang thought about it and understood poor Demon King's concern. Although they could tear the void and descend near the Heaven Baron sect, if the space tunnel passed through the demon domain, it might lead to other changes. Since the Heaven Baron sect was at the edge of the demon domain, they could go around from outside the galaxy. Brother Poor Demon King, you are so thoughtful. King Enshirwang praised, then brought the other kings to tear the void and disappeared near the abyss of immortals and demons. Not long after, the 33 kings walked out of the space tunnel, and they were already in the outer galaxy of the Heaven Baron mainland. Standing in the galaxy, they could clearly see the edge of the demon domain of the Heaven Baron mainland, the territory of the Heaven Baron sect. Everyone, I won't take any of the treasures of the Heaven Baron sect. I only want Feng Santian's head. King Enshirwang cupped his hands and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your help this time. If you have any requests in the future, you can send me a message. Senior brother, and don't worry, Heaven's Wrath Immortal King is only at the initial Grotto Heaven realm. There's nothing to be afraid of. Flatten the Heaven Baron sect and kill them all." The kings pointed at the Heaven Baron sect from afar and sped away in high spirits. Heaven Baron sect. Feng Cantian, who was cultivating, suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart, as if a disaster was about to descend. This was a sign of a sudden impulse. At his cultivation level, there must be a reason for such a sign. Feng Cantian stood up, feeling increasingly uneasy. He pushed open the door of his cave abode. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat, and he looked up. In the galaxy far away, 33 figures with terrifying auras sped toward the heaven-barren sect. In the blink of an eye, they were in the sky. 33 kings. Fong Kintion's expression was solemn. Among the 33 kings, apart from some of the peerless kings, there were even 3 pinnacle kings from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend realms. With 33 king tiers gathered together, what kind of terrifying pressure was this? Moreover, they didn't even bother to conceal their piercingly cold, killing intent. The arrival of this group of kings above the heaven-barren sect instantly caused a huge commotion in the sect. As soon as the 33 kings descended, they did not say a single word. They scattered across the sky and unleashed a series of spells that disappeared into the void. Immediately, this space was locked down. Outsiders couldn't enter, and the people inside couldn't leave. Seeing this action, Fong Cantion realized that this group of kings was here to kill them all. "It's you?" When Fong Cantion saw one of the kings, his eyes narrowed and killing intent surged in his heart. Prince Ensure. Back then, when he was plotted against by King Jin and King Tianxing, he had yet to meet King Enshurwang. Later on, he was imprisoned in the underground of Juelai City for hundreds of thousands of years, never seeing the light of day, and never seeing King Enshurwang. However, after he escaped, King Enshurwang once appeared to hunt him down, but he was lucky enough to escape. Later on, from true immortal Zhongye and Feng Zi, he learned that his child Feng Yinzhou and his Dao partner Lu Xuanzu were both killed. The culprit was King Ensure. At this moment, the cultivators of the Heaven-Barren sect were alarmed and ran out one after another. Seeing the 33 figures in the air, the cultivators' faces turned pale and their hearts were filled with despair. They felt completely disheartened. The few kings who were originally guarding the Heaven-Barren sect also felt a wave of regret. Tianlang Mingzhen, Yan Beiqin, Demonis Ji, Gu Tongyu, Qiu Siluo, Feng Zi, and the others came behind Fong Cantion. They knew that the Heaven-Barren sect could not withstand the killing of the 33 kings, but they were not afraid at all. This was the Heaven-Barren sect. They were gathered together like family and brothers. Even if they died, they would die together. Even Tianlang did not back down. He mumbled, "Since I've already died once, it doesn't matter. At least I'm free for a period of time." Feng Zi glared at King Ensure, who was in midair, and clenched her fists. It was this person who had killed her parents. "Is Sima not here?" Fong Cantion asked coldly. Sima was the surname of King Jin. King Ensure smiled gently and said, "Fong Cantion, you're not worthy to meet my father. I'm here this time round to send you and your poor child to meet in the netherworld. You should thank me." "Fufufu." Fong Cantion's eyes were like lightning, and his body flickered with lightning arcs. His aura rose continuously as he said slowly, "Today I'm going to kill you, even if I have to give up my life." "Kill them all." King Ensure looked down at the densely packed figures of the Heaven-Barren sect and waved his hand casually. It was as if they weren't killing living people, but stepping on a group of ants. At the same time, outside the Heaven-Barren continent, a ferry boat came out of the space tunnel. It was shrouded in a mysterious aura and was faintly discernible. On the ferry boat stood an unusually tall figure. He was covered in a black robe, and even his head was covered by a black hood. His face could not be seen clearly. According to the map, this should be the place. The figure took out a map and compared it. Behind him stood a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Strange. The woman looked in the direction of the Heaven-Barren continent and frowned. "Why don't I see the Heaven-Barren sect?" The tall figure in a black robe squinted his eyes and looked for a moment before laughing strangely. "Ha! The space in front has been sealed by many kings. No one can see it. Then what do we do?" The woman asked. The black-robed figure waved his hand. "I can completely ignore this kind of space seal. I'll go in and check it out first. You all have special identities, so wait here." The woman nodded. The black-robed figure moved, and his tall and burly figure dove into the void ahead like a phantom, vanishing. That space was sealed by countless dermic arts. However, the black-robed figure seemed to be able to sense every single seal and dodged it with ease. He passed through the layers of seals and entered the sky above the heaven-barren sect. The moment he passed through the void, he smelled an aura that made him extremely excited. The smell of blood. Everywhere he looked, there were massacres, fresh blood, corpses, and severed limbs. The black-robed figure felt as though all the pores on his body were opened. Chapter 29:10. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, Feng Santian's grotto heaven was shattered and he fell to the ground heavily. The thunder spear fell far away as well, and its light dimmed. Feng Cantian, you can't even touch the corner of my robes, and you want to kill me. King Enshirwang looked down at Feng Cantian, who was covered in injuries and was struggling to stand up with a mocking expression. In fact, he did not even attack personally. The Poverty Fiend King alone had severely injured Feng Cantian with ease. Feng Cantian hadn't stood up yet when a shadow loomed over him. The poor Devil King was right in front of him and stomped on his chest, forcing him down with a cruel smile on his face. How dare you claim to be the wrath of the heavens with that bit of combat strength of yours? The Poverty Fiend King sneered. Initially, Mingzhan, Yen Beiqin, and the others could still hold on with Feng Cantian at the front. But now that Feng Cantian was severely injured, they could not move at all under the suppression of the Poverty Fiend King's spirit consciousness. In fact, their bodies were about to collapse under that terrifying suppression, and crackling sounds could be heard from within their bodies. The difference was way too great. If the Poverty Fiend King wanted to kill them, he did not even have to attack personally. A single spirit consciousness was enough to kill everyone. King Enshirwang pointed at Mingzhen, Yen Beiqin, and the others and declared, "These are the 7 emotions, fiend generals of Heaven Baron Sect. They've been famous in recent years and are extremely mighty." Ha ha ha! The Poverty Fiend King looked at Mingzhen, Yen Beiqin, and the others who were struggling against a suppression and roared in laughter. 7 emotions, fiend generals? So this is all you're capable of. In my eyes, you're all ants. King Enshirwang was about to speak when his expression changed suddenly. In his eyes, a tall and burly figure appeared behind the Poverty Fiend King unknowingly. He wore black robes, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He was not the one who found that person. Brother Poverty Fiend, the King Enshirwang had just opened his mouth to warn the Poverty Fiend King when he saw a shuddering scene. As though he sensed something, the Poverty Fiend King turned around suddenly. However, the moment he turned around, he was swallowed by the black-robed man. His neck was bitten off and blood gushed out. The 7 emotions demonic general is an ant in your eyes? In my eyes, you're just food. It's a little chewy and the meat is a little tight, but it tastes pretty good. Crack! Crack! The black-robed man chewed with his big mouth, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. He was still mumbling something indistinctly. The poor Demon King's primordial spirit didn't even have time to escape before it was chewed to pieces and died. A peak King Realm expert had actually had his head swallowed alive. Furthermore, none of the kings present had noticed when the black-robed man had appeared or how he had appeared behind the poor Demon King. You! King Enshirwang's pupils contracted as he pointed at the back of the black-robed man. His voice was trembling. He had seen dead people before, but he had never seen such a way of dying. The poor Demon King was already ferocious enough, but compared to this black-robed man, he was as cute as a little white rabbit. At this moment, the black-robed man took off the hood on his head, revealing a ferocious and terrifying face. His mouth was wide open, and blood and brain matter were mixed in between his teeth. This black-robed man was the Yiksha King, who had escaped from the Sind land of 9 hells with Yu Luosha and the others. Under normal circumstances, with the speed of his immortal boat, he should have arrived at Tianhuang mainland long ago. However, on the way to Tianhuang mainland, Experts from the celestial tribute world would often appear and search everywhere. To be safe, the Yiksha king could only choose to hide temporarily and avoid being searched by the celestial tribute world before continuing on his journey. As a result, he was delayed for a long time. Within the Heaven Barons sect, the group of kings who were in the midst of a massacre felt a chill for no reason. They subconsciously stopped what they were doing and turned around to look. Hiss! Then, the kings saw the Yiksha king's appearance and gasped subconsciously. A Yiksha! The poor demon king had been swallowed alive by this Yiksha. Most of the Yikshas were locked up in the celestial tribute world. Of course, there were definitely some Yikshas or other demons in the 3,000 worlds. Due to their small numbers, the celestial tribute world couldn't be bothered to deal with them. For example, under the Shura temple of the Grand Highway Mountain, there was a Shura. However, Yikshas who had cultivated to this level were too rare. Awesome! The Yiksha king grinned as he chewed on the poor demon king's skull. He looked excited and his eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. King Enshirwang took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. He said in a low voice, "My friend from the Yiksha race, this is a feud between us and the Tianhuang sect. I hope you won't interfere." Although the poor demon king was on their side, he was already dead. King Enshirwang didn't want to face this monster because of the death of the poor demon king, so he sounded a little weak. King Enshirwang said, "I am the crown prince of the great gene's celestial kingdom of the divine firmament immortal region. If you are willing to give me some face, I will definitely thank you in the future." The Yiksha king laughed strangely. "There's no need for that. You can thank me with your life." King Enshirwang clenched his fists and suppressed his anger. He forced a smile and said, "You must be joking." "Hee hee." The Yiksha king grinned and licked his scarlet lips. He stared at King Enshirwang maliciously and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't know." King Enshirwang hesitated. The Yiksha king said slowly, "I am the Fear King, one of the 7 emotions demon generals." As soon as he said that, King Enshirwang and the other kings looked at each other in shock. Fear King? There was another Fear King in the Tianhuang sect? King Enshirwang's mind was in a mess. The appearance of this Yiksha race had completely messed up his plan. It was different from the information he had. When did the Tianhuang sect have a Fear King? However, on second thought, there were indeed only 6 demon generals in the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire. In theory, there should be another Fear King. However, why hadn't this Fear King appeared before? Not only King Enshirwang, but Feng Cantian, Mingzhen, Yan Beichen, Demoness Ji, and the others from the Tianhuang sect were also a little confused. Puchi! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the sky, and blood spurted out. The Yiksha king had suddenly disappeared and appeared beside an ordinary celestial king. He crushed the celestial king's head and threw the celestial king's primordial spirit into his mouth. The second king had died. The Yiksha king disappeared again under everyone's gaze. His movement technique was too fast. Like a ghost, it was impossible to see his movements with the naked eye. "Be careful." "Over there." "No, over here." "Ah." A scream came to an abrupt end. Another heavenly king of the Buddhist sect died. His body was torn into pieces and fell from the sky. Boom! A king hurriedly held up his grotto heaven, but it was broken by the Yiksha king's body and smashed into a pile of meat paste. Even the kings present had never seen such a cruel killing method, let alone the earth immortals and sky immortals of the Tianhuang sect. This Yiksha didn't see them as kings who ruled over a region. He only saw them as food. King Enshirwang suddenly realized that the situation was not right. Originally, they were the killers. Now they were the prey. Chapter 29:11. Everyone stay calm. Work together to hold up your grotto heavens and fight against this demon. King Enshirwang said loudly. Apart from a few kings, the rest were earth immortals, sky immortals, or true immortals. They posed no threat to them. The kings on King and Shirwang's side did not use their grotto heavens against these cultivators, as there was no need to. This way, Yiksha King would take advantage of the situation and attack. Yiksha King used his ghostly body to weave in and out of the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 5 kings. Among them was a pinnacle king like the poor demon king. Yaksha King's killing and cruel methods had dyed the air red with the blood of the kings. The battlefield was in chaos. If this continued, the remaining kings would be killed by Yaksha King one by one if they could not gather together to fight against the enemy. Boom! 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 The remaining 20 kings also realized this and started to hold up their grotto heavens. The blood in their bodies surged as they took out their grotto heaven spiritual treasures. More than 20 grotto heavens were released at the same time. Among them were 2 perfected grotto heavens and more than 10 large grotto heavens. This was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Under the pressure of such a powerful force, Yiksha King was forced to reveal himself. With his strength, he could destroy a small grotto heaven with his bare hands. However, he could not withstand a large grotto heaven or even a perfected grotto heaven with just his body and bloodline. Although the Void Yikshas had powerful physical bodies and bloodlines, it wasn't their forte. They were called Void Yikshas because they were good at controlling space. Yiksha King was not afraid of the large grotto heavens coming at him. Instead, his eyes shone with excitement. He formed a strange hand seal and shouted, "100 Ghosts Parade!" Swoosh! Swoosh! Yasha Kagura's body swayed slightly. Then, more than 100 phantoms emerged from his body and pounced on the 20 or so Yasha Kagura. Yiksha King disappeared on the spot. The most terrifying thing was that the ghosts looked exactly the same as Yiksha King. They were all ugly and ferocious. There was no difference at all. The kings were stunned and felt their scalps go numb. This is a clone technique. Among the kings present, some of them had also cultivated or heard of some cloning techniques. But who had ever seen over 100 clones appear at once? It should be an illusion. The Buddhist pinnacle king shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Let's find this devil's true body first." The kings hurriedly used all sorts of eye techniques in an attempt to see through Yasha fear monarch's movements. But how could they tell? Ghost Parade was a secret technique that only the Void Yikshas could master. It was a combination of the most superior illusion and doppelganger techniques, which could deceive the eyes and ears of others. In the past, Wu Dao's main body had fought with the Yasha King of Fear and Hell. Wu Dao's original body was only able to see through the Yasha Fear King's tracks after releasing his purple flame eyes. The purple flame eyes of Wu Dao's true body could refine thousands of skills and dissect secret arts. If there were kings from the Heavenly Eye race, they would be able to see through the Ghost Parade as well. However, the eye techniques of the kings present were far inferior to the purple flame eyes and polychoria. If they couldn't accurately determine the Yasha Fear monarch's true body, another situation would occur. Originally, with over 20 kings working together and gathering the power of over 20 grotto heavens, even the Yasha Fear monarch couldn't take them head-on. But now, over 100 ghosts were pouncing toward them. Who knew if the true body of the Yasha King of Fear was among the phantoms that were charging at him? No one dared to take the risk. Thus, the kings could only retreat to their grotto heavens to protect themselves. This was also their instinct. As such, the 20-plus kings working together naturally didn't exist anymore. At this moment, all the kings were silently praying that the Yasha Fear monarch's true body wasn't among the ghosts that were pouncing toward them. In truth, the moment this thought flashed through their minds, they had already lost this battle. When the ghosts approached, the Buddhist pinnacle king finally sensed danger and wanted to shout. However, just as he shouted 2 words, he was attacked by the Yasha Fear monarch and was forced to interrupt. Rumble! The Yasha Fear monarch stared at the Buddhist pinnacle immortal king and approached him. He propped up his grotto heaven and clashed with the heavenly king. With a loud bang, the heavenly king's grotto heaven shook and a few cracks appeared on it. Ah, The heavenly king roared and crazily activated his primordial spirit, trying his best to maintain the cracked grotto heaven. As long as he could hold on for a while longer, the other kings would swarm him, and he would have a chance to live. He believed that he could still hold on. Only a few cracks appeared on his grotto heaven. It hadn't reached the point of collapse yet. However, he didn't know that the ghost parade wasn't just a fusion of clones and illusions. Although each ghost had no combat power, if a cultivator chose to ignore them and let them possess him, they would definitely be severely injured. Even back then, Wu Dao's original body had to release her blood and qi to burn and refine these ghost shadows. A few ghost shadows followed the cracks in the heavenly king's grotto heaven and quietly invaded, possessing his body and seeping into his bloodline through his pores. Hiss! The peak heavenly king suddenly shivered. Every ghost shadow was condensed from pure Yin ghost qi. Once it invaded the bloodline, it would definitely cause great damage to the cultivator's blood and qi. This peak heavenly king felt that his bloodline was about to stop circulating. Waves of coldness came from his body as he trembled uncontrollably. He still didn't know that in the eyes of others, his appearance was even more terrifying. Under the gazes of the various kings, he only exchanged a single blow with the Yasha fear monarch. Then his face turned pale, his lips turned purple, his eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was filled with Yin qi, as if he had been possessed by a malicious spirit. A ghost shadow appeared in the sea of consciousness of this peak king. He could no longer hold on, and his grotto heaven instantly collapsed. The Yasha fear monarch's expression was sinister as he grinned. He stepped forward and forcefully tore the body of this peak heavenly king into two, causing blood to spurt out. The Yasha fear monarch stood below, allowing the blood to wantonly splash onto his body, mixing with countless internal organs and flesh. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, he became more and more excited, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. The various kings watched with trepidation, almost vomiting on the spot. An uncontrollable fear burst out from the depths of the kings' hearts. Run! The kings' hearts trembled, and they no longer dared to stay here. They had seen existences that were far stronger than the Yasha fear monarch. But even if they were facing an imperial emperor expert, they were still unwilling to face this monster. Chapter 29:12. This was the nature of the Yiksha race. They were ugly, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Now that they were in the middle world, there were no restrictions and they had nothing to fear. Even the cultivators of the Heaven Baron sect were stunned by the scene before them, let alone King and Shirwang and the others who were targeted by the Yiksha king of fear. They could not come to their senses for a while. Feng Cantillon and the others looked at each other. They were also shocked. From the looks of it, this Yiksha should be on their side. It was indeed worthy of the title of King of Fear. However, such a terrifying monster had suddenly appeared and started killing in all directions. Everyone was still a little confused. Feng Cantillon muttered, "It should be the helper patriarch found." Unless it was in private, most of the time Feng Cantillon and the others would address the martial Dao True Body as sect master to hide the secret of Su Zimo's two true bodies. Master. Tian Lang smacked his lips and shook his head. Master has just entered the grotto heaven for more than 2,000 years. Although his battle strength is abnormal, I'm afraid he can't defeat this monster. Everyone discussed for a while but still had no clue. On the battlefield, King En and the others were scared out of their wits by the Yiksha Fear King's methods. They did not dare to stay any longer and scattered. The 20 or so monarchs hurriedly unleashed spell seals to disperse the power that had sealed the surrounding space. Boom! 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 Although there were still a few remaining, they were destroyed by the attacks of the kings. With just this short delay, another 2 kings were torn in half by Yiksha Fear Wangshang, their bodies vanishing into thin air. Feng Cantillon stared at King En and gritted his teeth. His body trembled slightly, and he was unwilling to accept this. He had just been severely injured by the poor Demon King. His grotto heaven was shattered, his chest caved in, and his organs were all shattered. Now he could barely stand with the help of the thunder spear, let alone chase after a peerless immortal king. Senior Feng. As if she could see Feng Santian's unwillingness, Demoness Ji comforted him gently. As long as we survive this, we will definitely have a chance to kill our way to the great Jin Immortal Empire and take revenge. I will definitely go to the great Jin Immortal Empire, Feng Cantian said slowly. But it's a pity that King and escaped this time. We couldn't take revenge for Yin Zhou and Xuanzu. On the battlefield, the slaughter continued. However, there was only one Yasha King of Fear. Although in Shirwang and the others were defeated, Yasha Fearing King couldn't keep all 20 of them here. Yasha Fearing King couldn't keep all 20 of them here. King and Shirwang had a high chance of escaping. In the starry sky outside the Heaven Realm, there was a classic fairy boat floating. It was carrying the Rakshasa who had escaped from the sinful land of Geo. Many Rakshasa clansmen were worried that their whereabouts would be exposed, so they had been hiding in the immortal boats. At this moment, they were watching the battle above the Heaven Baron sect through the cracks of the windows of the immortal boats. Although the Yasha Taboo King was killing in all directions, the group of kings were fleeing in all directions. The Yasha Taboo King couldn't take care of them all. Should we go down and help? A Rakshasa race monarch asked softly as he approached you, Luosha. After leaving the ninth hell sinful land, Wu Dao's true body had ordered that all Rakshasas on the ferry boat had to listen to you, Luosha's orders, regardless of their cultivation base. The Rakshasa clansmen were full of respect and gratitude towards Wu Dao's true body. After all, Wu Dao's true body came from the same place as their ancestor, Su Nu Rakshasa, and saved them from the sinful land of Geo. Therefore, seeing that the Heaven Baron sect was in trouble, the Rakshasa clansmen wanted to help. Yu Luosha was a little hesitant. Xiao Yu, a Rakshasa race monarch, said, I know you're worried. If we expose our whereabouts, not only will our lives be in danger, but will also implicate our race and bring trouble to Lord Araki Takashi. However, the women of the Rakshasa race look no different from humans. As long as we don't release the secret techniques of the Rakshasa race and don't go up to eat people, no one will be able to tell. That's good too. Yu Luosha nodded and said, In that case, I'll have to trouble all of you to make those kings stay. After a pause, Yu Luosha couldn't help but remind them, Don't eat people. Try to control yourself. All right. No problem. Hearing that, the women of the Rakshasa race monarchs were all energized and their eyes lit up. There were hundreds of millions of Rakshasa clansmen on the ferry boat and hundreds of Rakshasa race monarchs. There were more than 100 women among the monarchs. The Rakshasa clansmen had been trapped in the sinful land of Geo for countless years and were often beaten and bullied by the celestial worship world. They couldn't resist and had long been suffocated. Now that they had the chance to help, they were even more excited than the Yiksha King of Fear. The men among the hundreds of Rakshasa race monarchs were full of resentment and envy. They hated that they were born as men. On the battlefield, under the Yiksha King of Fear's massacre, only 20 of the 33 kings were left in the blink of an eye. However, the remaining kings had already scattered and distanced themselves from the Yiksha King of Fear. As long as they were far away from the battlefield, they could break through the void and enter the space tunnel to escape. At that moment, a king looked around and suddenly saw an extraordinary classical ferry boat floating in the starry sky not far away. Go there. The king immediately changed direction and sped toward the ferry boat. Just as he got close, more than 100 beautiful women with graceful figures suddenly rushed out of the ferry boat and pounced toward him. A delicate fragrance wafted toward him. The king was stunned and a little confused. Any one of those women was a rare beauty. He could not believe that more than 100 of them were rushing toward him as if they were throwing themselves at him. Moreover, the expressions of those women were a little strange. Excited. Even their eyes were glowing. What was going on? Was it a blessing in disguise? Or was it a blessing in disguise? Fellow Taoists, slow down. Don't push! The Demon King had just opened his mouth when the group of Rakshasa women swarmed past him. Blood mist filled the air as the king was instantly torn to pieces. More than 100 Rakshasa clansmen attacked, and the king died in a worse way than the others. Only a pile of minced meat was left in the starry sky. Even his human form could not be seen. More than 100 Rakshasa kings turned into streaks of light and pounced on the fleeing kings. The remaining kings were already scared out of their wits by the Yiksha king of fear and were in despair. Now that they were targeted by more than 100 Rakshasa kings, they were truly at their wits' end. There were only a dozen kings left on king and side. Against more than 100 Rakshasas, about 10 Rakshasas surrounded one king on average. There were too many monks and too little meat. Moreover, the Rakshasa race was best at movement techniques and speed. No matter how fast the kings were, they could not escape from the Rakshasa race's pursuit. King, and you tricked me! A king roared in grief and anger before he died. They had come this time because King En had said that the Tianhuang sect was only a weak heaven-level force, and there was nothing to be afraid of. They only had a few ordinary kings. Who would have thought that there would be a monster with terrifying combat power that would eat people everywhere? More than 100 kings came out and blocked their way. How could this be called a weak heaven-level force? With so many kings, they could kill their way to the divine firmament immortal realm and even destroy the great Jin immortal kingdom. Chapter 29:13. Heaven Baron Sect. The kings who were forced to stay behind were dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold. Their emotions were fluctuating. When the 33 kings arrived, they felt hopeless and regretted not leaving earlier. Then, the appearance of the Yiksha king gave them a glimmer of hope. Now, more than 100 terrifying kings appeared out of nowhere. They were completely dumbfounded. So, this was the foundation of Heaven Baron Sect? Feng, Cantillon, Demonis G, and the others were also stunned. The appearance of the Yiksha king was somewhat understandable. After all, he called himself the fear of 7 emotions and could be linked to Heaven Baron Sect. Where did the 100 or so kings in the starry sky come from? At this moment, Demonis G's eyes flickered and her heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Feng Cantillon noticed that Demonis G's expression was strange and asked. Demonis G looked around and said with her divine consciousness, "These kings are not from the human race. They are from the Rakshasa race." She had obtained the inheritance of the 9 Abyss Emperor. The 9 Abyss Emperor was the plain Rakshasa. Although these Rakshasa women looked no different from humans, Demonis G could still see through their origins at a glance. Rakshasa race? Feng Cantillon frowned slightly. Why would so many kings from the Rakshasa race help Heaven Baron Sect? In a short while, only a few of the 33 kings that King En had brought were left. King En was also targeted by the Yiksha king. King En was only a peerless immortal king and was no match for the Yiksha king. King En's grotto heaven collapsed in just one exchange. In the blink of an eye, he was subdued by the Yiksha king and held in his huge hand like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Wait! Feng Cantillon seemed to have thought of something and suddenly yelled. However, he was still a little too slow. In the galaxy, the Yiksha king opened his bloody mouth and bit a huge hole in King En's head. He was eating heartily. King En Shirwang's primordial spirit was swallowed into his stomach, his body and Tao vanishing. Hearing Feng Cantillon's voice, Yasha Fear King stopped and looked at Feng Cantillon. He handed the Angshi king over and chewed while asking in a muffled voice, "What? Do you want to try it too?" Feng Cantillon quickly shook his head. He didn't want to let an World King live. He just wanted Feng Zi to kill an World King herself to avenge the child's parents. After Feng Zi came to the Heaven Baron Sect, although she reunited with Feng Cantillon and his grandson, she was still very quiet and rarely showed any emotions. Feng Cantian knew that Feng Zi had suffered from the death of her parents when she was young, which was why she became like this. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to open Feng Zi's heart. Fellow Taoist, can you hand him over to me? Feng Cantian cupped his hands and asked, If you want it, then take it. The Yasha king of fear licked his lips and reminded, However, the taste of this person's flesh is ordinary. It's not as good as the Cheong Chi from before. Plop! The Ungshi monarch's corpse was casually thrown in front of Feng Cantian. Feng Zi looked at the dead and world king, who had died a horrible death. His face was filled with terror, and his eyes were wide open. The emotions that she had suppressed for many years were finally released. Tears fell like rain. She had waited for this day for far too long. On the other side, the battle had already ended. Including the in-world king, there were a total of 33 kings. All of them were dead without a single survivor. This group of Rakshasa even carefully cleaned up the battlefield and erased all possible traces before coming to the Heaven Wasteland sect. He placed the spoils of war in front of Feng Cantian and the others. Feng Cantian was even more confused and waved his hand. Fellow Taoists, thank you for your help in the calamity that befell Heaven Baron sect this time round. These treasures should belong to all of you. The Rakshasa race beings exchanged glances and shook their heads, placing the spoils of war before Feng Cantian and the others. This sect was created by Lord Araki Takashi, and they did not dare to take advantage of it. At this moment, another woman slowly descended in front of everyone. When Mingzhen, Yan Beichen, and Demoness Ji saw her, their expressions changed. Soon, they recalled her identity and were shocked. This woman was also from Tianhuang mainland. She was Yu Luosha from the same generation as them. It's you. Demoness Ji could not help but ask. Yu Luosha nodded and smiled at Demoness Ji and the others greeting them. At the same time, she gestured for the 100-odd Rakshasas beside her to release a secret skill to shield the surroundings and prevent others from eavesdropping. You guys know each other? Feng Cantian asked. Although he was from Tianhuang mainland as well, he ascended early and did not know Yu Luosha. Demoness Ji nodded and explained Yu Luosha's background roughly. How did sister you find us? Demoness Ji asked curiously. What's up with these Rakshasa experts? It's master's orders. When Yu Luosha saw everyone's confused expression, she added, Master is Araki Takashi. Thereafter, Yu Luosha explained the incident at the 9 underworlds Sind ground briefly and handed the communication Dao talisman that Wu Dao's true body gave her. It was the voice of Wu Dao's true body and could not be faked. Heaven, tribute, world, Feng Cantian murmured softly. Before he was imprisoned by the Jin Emperor, he had indeed heard of this place. However, he did not have the time to visit it. When she heard that the Rakshasa race had been imprisoned in the 9 underworlds Sind ground for countless years, Demoness Ji already felt sympathy for them. Even without the instructions of Wu Dao's true body, she should have settled the descendants of the 9 underworlds emperor after obtaining the inheritance of the 9 underworlds emperor. Demoness Ji said, Everyone don't worry. The inheritance ground is located at the edge of the middle world. It's a desolate starry sky and is extremely hidden. Without special methods, it's difficult to detect it. Thank you, Miss Ji. Yu Luosha bowed in gratitude. On the other side, the Yaksha king of fear patrolled the surroundings and asked Feng Cantian, You're the leader here? Yes. Feng Cantian nodded. The Yaksha king of fear pursed his lips. Your cultivation is too weak and your combat strength is lacking as well. You've only managed to establish a small territory. The Yaksha king of fear did not hide the contempt in his heart. Feng Cantian and the others frowned slightly when they heard that. Although everyone from Tianhuang's sect was conflicted, the other party had just saved them and they naturally could not refute him. Which of the 7 emotions, demon generals, are you? The Yaksha king of fear asked again. The fury of the seven emotions. Phone Kantion answered. All right. The Yaksha king of fear stretched out his ugly claws and patted Phone Kantion's shoulder. He said casually, from today onwards, this place is under my control. Listen to me. From today onwards, the seven emotions demon generals will follow me, the king of fear. Do you understand? As he spoke, the Yaksha king of fear stared at Phone Kantion and the others with a ferocious and threatening look. He was naturally ferocious and violent. Apart from Wu Dao's true body, no one else could suppress him. The error-free chapters of Eternal Saint King will continue to be updated in the bar. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Eternal Saint King, please bookmark. Eternal Saint King's bar updates the fastest. Chapter 2914. Of course, the Yaksha King of Fear did not dare to betray Wu Dao's true body. However, in his opinion, he should be ranked first among the seven emotions demonic generals. Before Phone Kantion could say anything, Yu Luosha suddenly snorted and said in an unfriendly tone, Master asked you to help the Heaven Baron sect, but he didn't ask you to lead the Heaven Baron sect. You'd better not act on your own. Also, these people are the Lord's old friends. You're just a servant. Know your place. The Yaksha King of Fear's face darkened when he heard this. He glared at Yu Luosha and gritted his teeth. What, little girl, you want to order me around? You. Before the Yaksha King of Fear could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. His expression changed and fear flashed across his eyes. You're courting death. A voice suddenly sounded in the Yaksha King of Fear's mind. This voice belonged to Wu Dao's true body. And Master, I didn't betray you. The Yaksha King of Fear was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and explained in a trembling voice, I only want to help you strengthen the Heaven Baron sect. I have no other intentions back in the ghost world. The Yaksha King of Fear had offered up a wisp of his soul and swore a Dao oath that he would never betray Master. The Yaksha King of Fear did not have any rebellious thoughts. He only wanted to suppress Phone Kantion and the others. He did not expect Wu Dao's true body to have such means. He was actually able to detect everything that was happening on his side. In fact, when the Yaksha King of Fear offered up his soul, Wu Dao's true body had used this soul to leave a backup plan. Phone Kantion and the others were shocked by the Yaksha King of Fear's sudden action. The ferocious monster suddenly knelt on the ground as if he was suffering from great fear and trembled. You're only the weakest of the seven emotions, demonic generals. Listen to the orders of the heavens' wrath, immortal king, and cannot disobey. The voice of Wu Dao's true body sounded again. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with unquestionable power. Furthermore, the Yaksha King of Fear felt a trace of danger behind the voice of Wu Dao's true body. He even suspected that if he said another word, Wu Dao's true body would kill him without hesitation. Understood. Yasha King of Fear answered honestly. The short conversation between the two was only completed in Yasha's mind. No one else knew what had happened. However, when he stood up again, his murderous aura disappeared a lot. He respectfully bowed towards Phone Kantion and said, Heavenly Wrath, Immortal Monarch, please tell me what you need. Demoness G could not help but chuckle and tease. Hey, aren't you a little too different? The Yaksha Fear King did not dare to say anything in the face of Demoness G's mockery. Instead, it gave Demoness G a friendly smile. Wu Dao's true body said that he was ranked last among the seven emotions, demonic generals. In the future, when he saw the other six, he would have to restrain himself. That's not necessarily the case. Phone Kantion waved his hand and didn't make things difficult for the Fear Yaksha King. Everyone could roughly guess that the transformation of the Yasha Fear King had something to do with Wu Dao's original body. Master is already so strong. Sky Wolf rolled his eyes. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity to show off? Sky Wolf came to the Fear King's side and consoled him. Ugly, don't be discouraged. Cheer up. let's get to know each other. I've been with Master for a long time. You can call me Brother Wolf from now on. Where did this wild wolf come from? The Fear King gritted his teeth in hatred. If it was before, he would have bitten off Sky Wolf's neck in one bite. But now, the Fear King gritted his teeth and his facial muscles twitched. He squeezed out 3 words. Hello, Brother Wolf. Foam Cantillon pondered for a while and suddenly said, Fear King, there's indeed something I need your help with. Foam Cantillon wanted the Fear King to send Prince Anne's head to the Great Jean Immortal Empire and let the Great Jean Immortal Empire feel the pain of losing a son. What's wrong with that? No problem. Fear Yaksha King immediately agreed. Foam Cantillon said, This trip is a little dangerous. Although the Great Jean Immortal Empire doesn't have an emperor, it's heavily guarded. Can I just eat people? The Fear King asked. Foam Cantillon. After a moment of silence, he coughed lightly and said, It's better to control yourself. Just throw Prince Anne's head over and come back directly to avoid any unnecessary trouble. It wasn't that Foam Cantillon didn't think of killing his way to the Great Jean Immortal Empire now. But that wasn't realistic. The Rakshasa race in the 9th Underworld, Sin Ground, had a special background. If he really brought them to the Great Jean Immortal Empire, it would be difficult to hide their identities. Without the help of the Rakshasa race, even with the Fear King, they might not be able to fight against the entire Great Jean Immortal Empire. Moreover, Foam Cantillon wanted to kill the Great Jean Immortal Empire personally to end this grudge. Great Jean Immortal Empire. Great Jean Immortal Empire. Great Jean Immortal Empire, who was resting on the bed, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and sat up. While he was resting with his eyes closed, his heart suddenly throbbed for no reason. What happened? Could it be the Great Jean Immortal Empire thought of a possibility and couldn't sit still anymore? He floated down from the bed and pushed the door open. The moment the door was pushed open, the Great Jean Immortal Empire's face changed drastically. Right at the door of the Great Jean Immortal Empire's bedroom, there was a head with a piece of it bitten off. It was dripping with blood. From the looks of it, it was his most favored son, Prince Anne. At the same time, the void not far away cracked open, and the Heavenly Punishment King appeared. Something happened. Before he completely walked out, the Heavenly Punishment King already said, The Crown Prince's life, soul, jade, slip shattered. Those 30 kings entered the demon domain, and there's no news of them. They're most likely dead. When he arrived, the Heavenly Punishment King also saw Prince Anne's head. He couldn't help but shudder, and his pupils constricted. The death of Prince Anne was a huge blow to the Great Jean Immortal Empire. What made the two of them even more shocked was that someone actually snuck into the Great Jean Immortal Empire's palace and placed this head at the door of the Great Jean Immortal Empire's bedroom without anyone noticing. The Great Jean Immortal Empire was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. If it weren't for the fact that his bedroom was surrounded by formations and restrictions, he even suspected that this head wouldn't have appeared next to his pillow. Who did it? Who has this ability? There's such an expert in the Heaven Baron sect. The Great Jean Immortal Empire's heart was filled with shock and fear. It was the first time he felt such fear from the unknown. He wanted to avenge Prince Anne, but he didn't dare to go to the Heaven Baron sect. He was afraid that he would end up like the 30-odd King Realm experts and die without a sound. The Heavenly Punishment King also fell silent. To be able to kill all 30 kings, the Heaven Baron sect's strength was simply unfathomable. What should we do? Asked the Heavenly Punishment King. Now, it was no longer a problem of how to deal with the Heaven Baron sect. It was a problem of when Foam Cantillon would make a comeback and attack the Great Jean Immortal Empire. The Great Jean Immortal Empire clenched his fist slightly and said in a low voice, I'll go to the Divine Firmament Palace. If Foam Cantillon really dares to attack the Divine Firmament Palace, can't just sit by and do nothing. After all, we were only able to do that with the tacit consent of the Divine Firmament Emperor back then. The Heavenly Punishment King nodded and said, That's the only way. On the other side, the Yaksha king of fear had already returned to the Heaven Baron sect and boarded the immortal boat again. Under the guidance of Demoness G, it carried many Rakshasas and headed toward the mysterious place of the 9 Netherworld Emperor. End of this chapter. Chapter 2915. After several days of flying, Suzimo and the others finally returned to Sword World on the immortal boat. Only when they arrived at Sword World did they heave a sigh of relief. In fact, the news of the 2 battles on the evil demon battlefield and outside the celestial tribute world had already reached Sword World much faster than them. The kings of more than 20 worlds, led by the 6 super worlds, wanted to kill Suju. The emperors of Sword World were furious. Just as the emperors were about to head to the celestial tribute world, a second piece of news came. Suju used an escape technique and escaped from the battlefield alone. The Cold Eye Monarch, Stone Puppet Monarch, and dozens of other kings chased after her, but they were all wiped out. This news shocked all the Sword Realm Imperial Emperors. Dozens of kings were killed, and there were many famous peak kings among them. They didn't even have the chance to escape. The attacker was probably an emperor, but other than the people of Sword World, who would save Suju. Moreover, killing dozens of kings in one battle, including many kings from superworlds, showed that this person didn't put the 6 super worlds in his eyes. In all fairness, even if the emperors of Sword World took revenge, they would at most kill 1 or 2 kings from the 6 super worlds. After all, Suju was only a true spirit. Using the blood of a king was already the limit. If the Sword World really went to war for a true spirit and started a massacre without restraint, the 6 super great worlds would definitely join forces and start a war between realms. Sword World also had to consider the consequences and couldn't take revenge. But now dozens of kings were dead. Although there had been many battles in the 3,000 worlds in recent years, it had been a long time since so many kings died in a battle. After hearing this news, the emperors of Sword World discussed and changed their minds. Originally, they wanted to take revenge. But now that the 6 superworlds had suffered such a huge loss, there was no need for them to take action and provoke the 6 superworlds. Most importantly, this was a loss they couldn't admit. The 6 superworlds were in the wrong first. Even if they were unwilling, they couldn't use this reason to take revenge on Sword World. Moreover, they didn't know who the attacker was. There were many rumors outside. Some said it was a passerby emperors. Some said it was the emperors of Sword World. Of course, the Sword Realm would not admit it. Some even suspected that everything was a trap set up by Sword World Suju. Step by step, she lured the Cold Eye Monarch and the others to their deaths. Of course, the most common explanation was still coincidence. It was all because of that Xia-Yin from the Heavenly Eye clan. As soon as Lu Yun and the others steered the boat into the cosmos of the Sword World, the old man with the iron crown came out to greet them. It was obvious that he'd been waiting for quite some time. The rest of the disciples, return to your respective sword peaks. The 9 peak lords follow me. After the old man finished speaking, he left first. Lu Yun dismissed the boat and motioned for Yun Ting, Kitsune, and the others to return to Sword Peak. The 9 peak lords then followed the old man to the Palace of Myriad Swords. In addition to the old man with the iron crown, the 9 peak leaders were also curious about Qin Nan's identity. Within the Myriad Swords Palace, there was also a fat old man and a skinny old man, together with the old man with the iron crown. The 3 of them were the absolute masters of the Sword World. Come and sit. The rotund old man had a friendly expression as he waved to the 9 of them with a smile. On the table not far away, fragrant immortal tea had already been set up. We've heard about what happened in the celestial bestowment world, the skinny old man said. However, I'd like you to tell us the details. The group recounted everything that had happened in the fiend battlefield, the great battle of kings outside the celestial bestowment world, and the death of dozens of kings in the cosmos. The fat and skinny old men sighed. In fact, the battle in the evil demon battlefield could already be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. The death of dozens of kings was an even greater shock to everyone. The fat old man said, "No matter what, Su Zhu's name has truly shaken the 3,000 worlds." The skinny old man nodded as well and looked at Su Zimo with eyes filled with admiration. Squeezing out a smile on his stern face, he said, "You've comprehended 7 supreme mystic powers. Well done. You're far better than me back then." The fat old man hurried to the skinny old man's side and clicked his tongue in wonder. "You're smiling." The skinny old man immediately retracted his smile and returned to normal. He said coldly, "I'm not smiling." "Ha ha ha ha." The fat old man pointed at the skinny old man and laughed loudly. "You've been pulling a long face all this time. How many years has it been since you last smiled?" "TSK, TSK, TSK. What a strange day." The fat and skinny old men were naturally overjoyed to see everyone from the sword world return unscathed. The old man with the iron crown suddenly said, "The message talisman I sent you has traces of my Tao. Who could have stopped it? Moreover, I was worried earlier and investigated the celestial bestowment world, but I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Did this person not only intercept the message talisman, but also conceal it from the heavenly mysteries?" The old man with the iron crown looked at Su Zimo as he spoke. Su Zimo thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. The one who did it was Patriarch Qin Kuan of the Cosmos Academy. It's him. Killing intent flashed through the eyes of the old man with the iron crown. Compared to the 6 super domains, the person who intercepted the message talisman and concealed it from the heavenly mysteries was even more vicious. If not for this person, even if the kings of the 6 super domains joined forces, the old man with the iron crown would have been able to arrive in time to intimidate the kings and escort Su Zimo and the others back. The Patriarch of the Academy was the reason why this battle broke out. The Patriarch of the Academy had not only schemed against Su Zimo, he had also schemed against the old man with the iron crown and kept him in the dark. How audacious! The old man with the iron crown's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. He had long heard of the methods of the Patriarch of the Academy. The old man with the iron crown said in a deep voice, "In that case, the Patriarch of the Academy should have already entered the martial emperor realm." Su Zimo nodded. The reason why he schemed this time round was for the rank 12 creation Qinglian. Of course, I was scheming against him as well. Unfortunately, he still managed to escape. The old man with the iron crown and the fat and thin old men raised their brows when they heard that. A true spirit at the Kongming realm wanted to scheme against an emperor. Furthermore, judging from how nonchalant Su Zimo sounded, it seemed as though he had almost suppressed the Patriarch of the Academy. The 8 peak masters were stunned when they heard that. They only knew that dozens of kings had died, but they did not know that an emperor had appeared in between. Seems like there's another expert protecting him. That's not a bad thing. The 3 of them exchanged glances and did not continue asking. "The Patriarch of the Academy," the old man with the iron crown narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, "There's something I'd like to ask the 3 of you." After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked probingly, "Seniors, do you know the origins of the sword cultivators in the evil demon battlefield?" End of chapter. Chapter 29:16. The 3 elders lowered their eyes and fell silent when they heard the question. The fat old man also stopped smiling and fell silent. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat oppressive. After a while, Lu Yin couldn't help but ask, "Brother Su once asked one of the sword cultivators inside. His surname is Luo. Is that a coincidence?" The 3 old men remained silent. Su Zimo and the others had an answer when they saw this reaction. However, they still didn't want to believe it. He didn't seem to want to give up. "Sword Masters, is the sword cultivator inside really related to Great Emperor Luo Tian?" The old man with the iron crown stood up and tilted his head back with a smile. There was a trace of helplessness, bitterness, sadness and desolation in his smile. The fat and thin elders also had complicated expressions. This matter is taboo in the world of sword. Only great emperors are allowed to know. The old man with the iron crown said faintly, "Since you've asked, I'll tell you." The sword cultivators in the fiendish battlefield are indeed descendants of great Emperor Luo Tian. The old man continued, "It said that he was bewitched by evil demons and became enemies with all races. He committed a heinous crime and was ultimately executed by the celestial bestowment world. His descendants were imprisoned in the sinful land of the sword as sinful spirits. Generations of them had to atone for their ancestors' sins. That's why the world of sword completely declined after the All-Heaven epoch. After an epoch of recuperation, it gradually rose again. Was there such a thing? This was too much of an impact on the 8 peak masters. Even the concept of good and evil that they had built up over the years was shaken. The 8 peak masters frowned and clenched their fists. They couldn't accept this for the time being. How can this be? Yulan was a little dazed. How could great Emperor Luo Tian commit such a crime and ally himself with evil demons? Every sword cultivator viewed great Emperor Luo Tian as their pride. Now, even the 8 peak leaders found it hard to accept the truth after hearing the secret. Lu Yun said, "After the All-Heaven era, the sword world suffered a calamity that must have originated from this." The old man with the iron crown nodded and said, "It is said that the great Emperor of the All-Heavens still retained a trace of rationality and did not implicate the sword world. He only took away his clan members." Lu Yun asked, "Why didn't you tell us about this earlier and tell the others in the sword world?" The old man fell silent again. "I'm guessing that this is just one of the rumors." Su Zimo suddenly spoke. He looked at the old man and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, you should know of other rumors, right?" The old man with the iron crown was expressionless as he asked, "What rumors do you know?" "I don't know." Su Zimo shook his head. He really did not know much about the great Emperor of all heaven. However, Su Zimo changed the topic and said, "However, the rumor that you mentioned just now is really full of loopholes and can't stand up to scrutiny. Senior All Heaven has already cultivated to the peak of a medium-class world and become a great emperor. I really can't think of any evil demon that could bewitch a great emperor who founded an era. If Senior All Heaven was so easily bewitched by evil demons, it would have been difficult for him to become a great emperor with his Tao heart." This statement is self-contradictory to begin with. The fat and skinny old men looked at Su Zimo deeply with complicated gazes. The old man with the iron crown didn't explain or refute. He only asked, "Is there anything else?" Su Zimo continued, "If Senior All Heaven wasn't bewitched by evil demons and has already become a great emperor, why would he be an enemy of all races? This rumor lacks a convincing reason, not to mention who among the myriad races can defeat him. This rumor has intentionally or unintentionally obscured an existence. He could be a single person or a faction, but one thing is certain. This existence's strength is enough to oppose or even suppress a great emperor who founded an era." Hearing this, the 8 peak masters were shocked and subconsciously looked at the 3 sword realm lords. The 3 peak masters remained silent and didn't refute. This attitude could already prove many things. How is that possible? Yulan still couldn't understand and asked, "A great emperor is one and only, respected in the universe. He is an invincible existence. Since ancient times, only one great emperor can be born in every era. Who can suppress a great emperor?" "Of course," Su Zimo said, "a great emperor is one and only in a medium-class world, within the 3,000 worlds. What about outside the 3,000 worlds?" Outside the 3,000 worlds, the 8 peak masters were stunned. The medium-class world was too big and boundless. With their cultivation realm, it would be difficult for them to step into half of the medium-class world in their lifetime, let alone go outside the 3,000 worlds. Su Zimo had been to the netherworld, and Wu Dao's original body had been to hell and the ghost world. He was certain that outside the medium-class world, there were some special worlds that existed side by side with the medium-class world. In these worlds, great emperors could also be born. For example, there was currently a great emperor in the ghost world, the Nirvana Ghost Mother. Actually, Su Zimo had some guesses after he escaped from the 9 underworlds' sin ground. If the Nirvana Ghost Mother was a great emperor, a drop of her blood could break the shackles of the Hadal sin grounds. Why would she need his help? Why didn't she come to the medium-class world and destroy the 10 great sin grounds? No great emperor had been born in the medium-class world in this era. In that case, what was the Nirvana Ghost Mother afraid of? The celestial bestowment world. Lu Yun hesitated. Is it the celestial bestowment world? Su Zimo shook his head. The celestial bestowment world is still in the medium-class world. It hasn't reached the level where it can stand side by side with the medium-class world. Could we have been wrong from the start? Something occurred to him, and he murmured, celestial bestowment, the heaven they worship, and worship may not refer to the heavenly Tao or the mandate of heaven, but a person or perhaps a faction. AI. The old man with the iron crown sighed heavily. The old man with the iron crown looked at Su Zimo and finally nodded. You're right. Everything about the great emperor of all heaven is indeed just a rumor. Moreover, it's the most common rumor in the 3,000 worlds that came from the celestial bestowment world. But in the world of sword, there's another rumor passed down by word of mouth between each generation of swordmasters. The expressions of the 8 peak masters froze as they listened attentively. Ironhead, you. The thin old man frowned and wanted to stop the old man. The old man waved a hand. They've already guessed some things. Even if we don't say anything, they'll still be conflicted. If we keep probing, it might lead to disaster. After a short pause, the old man continued slowly. You guessed right just now. There is indeed an unimaginable colossus behind the celestial bestowment world. We don't know what this faction is called. All records of it have been erased, and no one is allowed to mention it. Even the previous swordmasters didn't know, or perhaps they didn't dare mention it for fear of bringing disaster to the world of sword. Chapter 29:17. Su Zimo recalled the young man that Wu Dao's primary body had killed in the Hadal sinful lands. Cultivators of the celestial bestowment world had to be respectful before this young man, and this person had claimed to be from the celestial court. Celestial bestowment, the celestial court. The behemoth behind the celestial bestowment world was very likely the celestial court. The old man with the iron crown said, The previous sword master told me that although the great emperor of all heaven fought side by side with the demons, he wasn't bewitched. He only fought for a common goal, to fight against the behemoth behind the celestial realm. The 8 peak lords opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but no words came out. This completely overturned their understanding of the world, making it difficult for them to digest. After a long pause, Lu Yin said, In other words, everything we once knew was a lie from the celestial bestowment world. The evil demons and sinful spirits of the 10 sinful lands didn't commit any sins at all, but only because they lost the war? Su Zimo suddenly recalled the words of the plain-clothed swordsman Luo Jun in the fiendish battlefield. It was true that evil couldn't triumph over good. If evil triumphed over good, it would no longer be evil. Yulan said. In that case, Great Emperor All Heaven wasn't the only one who rebelled. Great emperors from other eras did as well. That's right. The old man nodded and said, For example, the Dozhan Sin land was formed when the Dozhan Emperor was defeated and killed, and many blood apes were imprisoned. The Hadal sinful lands, the Star sinful lands, and the Empyrean sinful lands were all the same. For example, the Blood Ape realm, the Star realm, and our Sword realm are considered lucky. At the very least, we managed to preserve our legacies. As for the Dark realm, they were destroyed because of that great battle. All of their people and living beings were killed. Su Zimo fell silent. The Empyrean era, the Hadal era, the War era, the All-Heaven era, the Dark era, the Star era. Great emperors from so many eras had been invincible in their respective eras and stood at the pinnacle of all beings. But they'd all chosen to defy the heavens. Alas, they'd lost miserably in the end and died. This was a heaven-defying battle. Even after so many years had passed, Suzumo was still able to faintly sense the devastation of those peerless battles through the river of time. Of course, he still had many doubts in his heart. When Wu Dao's original body underwent the heavenly tribulation, 8 lightning phantoms had appeared, other than the 9 heavens Xian Envy Empress, the 9 Nether Emperor, the Dozhan Emperor, the All-Heaven Emperor, the Dark Emperor, and the Star Emperor. There were 2 more. They were the Great Emperor of Light and the Great Emperor of Infinity. There were no Buddhists from the world of light or the heavenly realm in the 10 great sinners. Which side were the 2 martial monarchs on back then? The Infernal Emperor seemed to be on the side of the celestial court. Suzumo guessed that the consciousness trapped in the Avicii Hell was the Lord of Hell. As for one of the 10 great sinful lands, there was a sinful land called Hell. If that was the case, why would the Great Emperor of Light and the Great Emperor of Avicii appear in the 10th tribulation of the true martial heavenly tribulation with the other great emperors? Of course, Suzumo still had a big question in his heart. Why? Suzumo asked. Why did the great emperors of all heaven and the others fight against that colossus? Why did they defy the heavens? I don't know. The old man with the iron crown shook his head. As for the reason, perhaps only the powerhouses who lived in that era and participated in that battle know. Countless years have passed, and the truth of the past has long been lost in the river of time. Who can truly say for sure? He took a deep breath. Sword Masters, if this is something that has been passed down verbally, why didn't you tell the other sword cultivators? Why did you hide it? The old man with the iron crown smiled wryly. How many sword cultivators do you think will believe this if we tell them now? The young man fell silent. Even they would find it hard to accept the sudden news, let alone other sword cultivators. After so many years, their hatred and enmity toward the sinful spirits had seeped deep into their bones. Who knew how much of their blood had been stained on their hands? But now, the 3 sword masters were suddenly telling them that there was more to it than meets the eye, that the sinful spirits might be innocent. They cultivated the sword Tao to slay demons and uphold justice. But now, the sinful spirits they'd slain might not be sinful, and the righteousness they upheld might not be. This was tantamount to breaking the sword Tao they'd held fast to for so many years. Do you know why it has to be passed down verbally? The thin old man asked Suzumo and the others. Records left behind will be erased. So this is the only way, Yulon answered. That's only one of the reasons. The thin old man continued. The other reason is that the celestial bestowment world doesn't allow this rumor to spread. The more people who know about it, the easier it is to be exposed. If news of this reaches the celestial bestowment world, it'll be a disaster for Sword World. The fat old man also sighed. Even if you know and believe this, what can you do? So many great emperors have failed. The thin old man said, the blood ape world of this generation was originally a super world. But because of this, it clashed with the celestial bestowment world, resulting in the blood ape calamity. More than 10 imperial emperors of the blood ape race died, and countless clansmen died. They were reduced to a higher world. If the old ape of this generation hadn't submitted in the end, they might have even been wiped out. And this is only the strength of the celestial bestowment world. The blood ape race is naturally warlike and unruly. The old ape is even more so. Back then, he was willing to submit to the celestial bestowment world. Who knows how much humiliation and pain he endured. Later on, the blood ape race didn't go to the celestial bestowment world, not because of the blood ape calamity, but because the blood ape race didn't have the face to face the descendants of their ancestors. The 3 sword masters sighed with emotion. Suzumo vaguely understood the old man's dilemma. The second rumor was that they were worried about bringing trouble to Sword World, so they naturally didn't dare to mention it to other sword cultivators. The first rumor came from the Celestial Bestowment World. They knew it was a lie, but they didn't want to tell other sword cultivators. That was why they'd concealed the matter. The Celestial Bestowment World is only the tip of the iceberg, the thin old man said. It's used to monitor and patrol the 3,000 worlds. That's why it's so special and transcendent in the 3,000 worlds. Su Zimo nodded. Making an enemy out of the Celestial Bestowment World was challenging the Celestial court behind it. You just said that the Celestial Bestowment World was temporarily closed and you were expelled. You weren't even allowed to exchange your contributions for treasures. Yes, Lu Yu nodded. Although this was targeted at all of the 3,000 worlds, I felt that the Celestial Bestowment World was targeting us. After all, Su Zimo had benefited the most from the Fiend battlefield. Once the Celestial Bestowment World was closed and all of the 3,000 worlds were expelled, Su Zimo would be in grave danger. The Celestial Bestowment World might have been behind the great battle that had taken place later. There's no need to doubt it. This is a warning from the Celestial Bestowment World to Sword World. Why is that? He asked with a frown. The old man with the iron crown said, Perhaps it's because of the great All-Heaven Emperor, or perhaps it's for some other reason. Chapter 29:18. Everyone chatted for a long time. After the three sword masters repeatedly reminded them not to spread the news of the great Emperor of all heaven, everyone left the Myriad Sword Palace. The hall became cold and cheerless again. Only the three sword masters were left. Tai Tu, it's too risky for you to reveal this matter. The skinny old man frowned. If this matter reaches the ears of the cultivators of the Celestial Tribute World, Sword World will definitely be in trouble. The fat old man stopped smiling and pondered. The 8 of them are fine, but Su Zimo has just joined Sword World after all. He might not have deep feelings for Sword World. Moreover, when he joined the Sword World, he once mentioned that he might leave one day. The old man with the iron crown said, when he joined the sword dimension, I told him that I wouldn't restrict his freedom. From today onwards, it's up to him whether he stays or leaves or establishes any power in the outside world. Leaving him in the sword world is to form a good relationship with him. This child has a carefree personality and is open and upright. He definitely won't be a shameless snitch. The skinny old man nodded and said, I don't think there's a problem with him. The fat old man smiled bitterly and sighed. It's just that the 2 of us don't have much lifespan left. Tai Tu, you're not young either. You've already passed your peak and your combat strength is gradually declining. Apart from the 3 of us, there's no one else who can inherit Sword World's peak Imperial Emperors. That's why I'm so worried. The 3 sword masters knew very well. Although there were more than 10 Imperial Emperors in Sword World, most of them were only ordinary Imperial Emperors. If they truly encountered a calamity, only peak Imperial Emperors could protect Sword World's inheritance. The old man with the iron crown fell silent. The situation that the fat old man was worried about was the current situation of Sword World. Although Sword World was a super world, it was not completely free of hidden dangers. Stone World, Heaven's Eye World, Witch World, other worlds, and even the Celestial Tribute World, countless pairs of eyes were staring at Sword World, waiting for the right opportunity. It was also because of this that the 3 of them did not choose to take revenge on these worlds after discussing the matter of Su Zimo being surrounded by dozens of kings. If Sword World was at its peak, how could they allow other worlds to bully them like this? Even if dozens of king-level experts died, the Iron Crown Elder still wouldn't give up. No matter what, he had to personally go to these realms to demand an explanation. What about the Patriarch of the Academy? The skinny old man suddenly asked. When the old man with the iron crown heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Killing intent surged as he stood up and said coldly, Forget about the other realms, but we can't let this person go. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Patriarch of the Academy and the old man with the iron crown, the battle outside the celestial tribute world would never have happened. Moreover, Suzimo had already fled to the Sword World. Yet the Academy Patriarch was still lingering around like a ghost and dared to make a move. He even concealed the secrets of heaven and schemed against him. This caused the old man with the iron crown to be filled with killing intent. The fat elder nodded and said, "I've heard that the Patriarch of the Academy is a peerless man with a perfect plan. If he's still alive, he may attack Suzimo in the future. We can't let him live. There's no time to lose. I'll head to the Heaven Realm immediately." The old man with the iron crown sneered and said, "I want to see what methods the Patriarch of the Academy has to provoke the Sword World." This was indeed beyond the Academy Patriarch's expectations. According to his plan, after he killed Suzimo, he could easily escape. He could also perfectly frame Suzimo's death on the Cold Eye Monarch and the others. He wouldn't be exposed at all. However, he didn't expect that Wu Dao himself would appear and almost kill him. "I'll go with you." The skinny old man also stood up and said, "The Heaven Realm is a super realm after all. Once you descend, you will definitely arouse the vigilance of the Heaven Realm's Imperial Emperors." The fat elder also nodded and said, "Although the Heaven Realm is divided into the immortal, Buddhist, and demon domains, in recent years, peak Imperial Emperors have risen in the 3 domains. They can't be underestimated. Even the World Devastation Demon Emperor, who died tens of millions of years ago, came back to life. It's unbelievable. No need." The old man with the iron crown waved his hand and said, "The Heaven and Earth Academy is only located in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, one of the 9 heavens' immortal domains. The Buddhist and demon domains shouldn't interfere. Moreover, as an Imperial Emperor, the Academy Patriarch killed the true spirit. I want to see which Imperial Emperor of the Heaven Realm is shameless enough to stand up and protect him." After returning to the buried Sword Peak, Suzimo looked at the towering mountain peak where the cave abode was located. His heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of another matter. The celestial tribute world didn't just cover up the truth of the past, nor did they just erase many records. They might have also erased some people. Great Emperor Zongtian was one of them. In the areas that Suzimo had been to, whether it was the immortal sects, immortal kingdoms, or a great realm, there had never been any records of Great Emperor Zongtian. The only trace of Great Emperor Zongtian was in the tomb under the Heaven Realm's Demon Denver. It was there that Wu Dao's original body saw a huge stone tablet with the Heaven Burial Scripture engraved on it. Moreover, not long after the Heaven Burial Scripture was revealed, the stone tablet began to collapse, as if it wasn't tolerated by this world. He only knew the name of Great Emperor Zongtian from Demoness Ji. According to her, it seemed that the 9 Abyss Emperors' memories were very secretive about Great Emperor Zongtian. Suzimo had cultivated the Heaven Burial Scripture for many years. He had once thought that the so-called Heaven Burial meant burying the heavens, but now he thought of another possibility. Perhaps Great Emperor Zongtian didn't want to bury the heavens, but the heavenly court. At the thought of Great Emperor Zongtian, a thought suddenly flashed through Suzimo's mind. There seemed to be an answer to a question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Great Emperor Zongtian, Heaven Burial Scripture. World Devastator Demon Emperor, Imperial Emperor Bosun, Imperial Emperor Chenmu, the tomb of a great emperor, resurrected from the dead, Tomb Keeper. Countless information and clues intertwined in Suzimo's mind. Many names flashed through his mind, and gradually a possible truth was gathered. So that's how it is? Thinking of this possibility, Suzimo's heart trembled. He was shocked and murmured softly, "In that case, the heavenly court was probably after a long time." Suzimo took a deep breath and gradually calmed his mind. Over the years, as the cultivation of his 2 true bodies continued to improve, they traveled to more and more places and learned of many unknown ancient secrets. Some doubts were gradually solved, but there were still other doubts. What exactly was the heavenly court? Where did it come from? What was the meaning of the heavenly court's existence? Why did it set up the celestial court to inspect and patrol the middle worlds? Although he knew the name of the heavenly court, Su Zimo's understanding of the heavenly court was still a blur. He already knew the origins of the so-called evil spirits and sinful spirits. They were the descendants of the great emperors who challenged the heavenly court back then and were defeated. But what were the evil spirits? Perhaps the master of the evil spirits was the demon master? Why did they challenge the heavenly court? What was the role of the hell court, the ghost world, and even the netherworld? There were too many doubts hidden in the fog. But Su Zimo believed that he was gradually getting closer to the truth. Even he himself might not be able to avoid being dragged into the chaos that would affect all 3,000 worlds. Chapter 2919. After returning to his residence, Su Zimo prepared to cultivate in seclusion. This time, it wasn't just Qinglian's true body. Wu Dao's true body was also going to cultivate in seclusion. Originally, Wu Dao's true body had planned to leave for the great wilderness after dealing with the hidden threat of the Academy Patriarch. But this time, his two true bodies had gained too much. Wu Dao's true body had devoured the grotto heavens of more than a dozen kings of the celestial realm in the Hadal Sin Grounds, and dozens more in the cosmos. More importantly, he had also taken the 3 pure jade booklet back from the Academy Patriarch's hands. This taboo manual was now in the hands of Qinglian's true body. Wu Dao's true body didn't need to carry a taboo manual around at all times. He could also read the 3 pure jade booklet with the help of the spirit potency art. If he completely refined these grotto heavens and comprehended the taboo manual at the same time, Wu Dao's true body might even have a chance to improve his cultivation. Therefore, Wu Dao's true body didn't leave immediately. Instead, he found a star, opened a residence, and cultivated in seclusion. Qinglian's true body had gained even more. Not to mention the 3 pure jade booklet, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia secret methods, and the storage pouches of dozens of kings. Just the 20-odd supreme true spirit Dao fruits in the fiend battlefield alone was enough for him to digest for a long time. In the secret room of the residence, Su Zimo took out the 3 pure jade booklet. The 3 jade slips floated quietly in front of him, emitting a faint purple, green, and red light. After many twists and turns, the 3 pure jade booklet had finally returned to his hands. Actually, when Lu Yan's group and the kings of the 3,000 realms chased over and saw the deaths of the Cold Eye King and the others, Su Zimo had another thought. That was to frame the Academy Patriarch for this matter. However, he quickly rejected this idea, not to mention whether the experts of the 6 super realms would believe it or not. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to find the Academy Patriarch. This was because the Patriarch of the Academy was very cautious. He would definitely hide himself after being exposed and would not show up in a short time. And if the powerhouses of the 6 superworlds couldn't find the Academy Patriarch, they would definitely vent their anger on Qinkuan Academy. Given the cruel and cold-blooded style of the Heavenly Eye clan, none of the cultivators of Qinkuan Academy would be spared. Even if Qinkuan Academy was destroyed and all the disciples of the Academy were killed, the Patriarch of the Academy wouldn't appear. Su Zimo did not have deep feelings for Qinkuan Academy. However, some people in the Academy, like Yang Ruoxu and senior sister Emo Qing, should not be implicated by this matter. Thus, he decided to inform the iron-crowned old man and his 2 companions about this matter. It was because he knew very well that even if Iron Crown Old Man and the other 2 arrived at Cosmos Academy, they wouldn't willfully slaughter the innocent. Su Zimo gradually gathered his thoughts and discarded all distracting thoughts. With a thought of his divine sense, the 3 jade slips in front of him slowly opened up. At the same time, 2 purple flames gradually rose in Su Zimo's eyes. His 2 true bodies were reading this taboo mystic manual at the same time. However, Qinglian's true body chose to cultivate it. As for Wu Dao, he really did not cultivate it. Instead, he chose to integrate the many profundities of the 3 pure jade manual into the martial field as much as possible. In fact, Wu Dao's true body did not truly cultivate the cultivation techniques and mystic arts of the mortal, Buddhist, and fiend races or even the taboo mystic manuals. He only used Wu Dao's furnace to refine the Dao techniques contained in these cultivation techniques and mystic arts and fuse them into his body. He fused them into Wu Dao's purgatory to deduce his own Dao techniques. Heavenly Realm, Divine Firmament, Immortal Realm. Qian Kuan Academy, Place of True Teachings. In a simple and elegant cave abode, a beautiful woman held a brush in her hand and gently drew on the rice paper in front of her. There was a snow-white butterfly on her shoulder. Its wings fluttered slightly as if it was afraid of disturbing this woman. Painting Fairy Mo Qing. Ever since she learned that junior brother Su had been buried in the arch tomb more than 2,000 years ago, she had returned to her past self. She stayed in her cave abode all year round, aloof from worldly affairs and quiet. Mo Qing did not seem to be any different from before. However, Bing Dai had been by her side all year round and could still sense many subtle changes. All these years, Mo Qing had never drawn a portrait. Sometimes she would stop drawing and stare blankly at a certain spot in the cave abode. No one knew what she was thinking about. It was only at times like this that her face would reveal some emotion. Sometimes she would subconsciously smile. Sometimes she would reveal a hint of sadness. All these years, Mo Qing had become even more silent. During those years, she would often talk to Bing Dai. Whenever she talked about someone or something, her beautiful eyes would shine with excitement. In Bingdai's eyes, the Mo Qing of those years was more like a lively fairy with joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. All these years, something seemed to be missing from Mo Qing. Her eyes were still beautiful and moving, but they did not have the same spirit as before. Right then, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door of the cave abode, accompanied by sobbing. "Senior sister Mo Qing, it's me. I'm Chi Hong. Something happened to Ruoxu. Those people want to kill him. No one in the academy dares to help him. I really can't find anyone. Senior sister Mo Qing, please help me. Please." Mo Qing seemed to be lost in her thoughts, as if she couldn't hear the cries outside. Bing Dai sighed. All these years, Mo Qing would often appear in such a state. It was not that she could not hear it on purpose, but she was in a state where she could not extricate herself and could not sense anything outside. Bing Dai opened her mouth slightly and released a gust of cold air. Mo Qing's body trembled slightly as he gradually regained his senses. The cries in his ears were getting closer and clearer. "What's wrong?" Mo Qing could tell that it was Princess Chi Hong's voice. She hurriedly stood up and walked out of the cave abode. She saw Princess Chi Hong lying on the ground. "Senior sister Mo Qing, I beg you." Princess Chi Hong grabbed Mo Qing's arms tightly. Her face was filled with tears, and she was emotional. Her voice was choked, and she could not continue speaking. Mo Qing's gaze landed on Princess Chi Hong's tummy. It was slightly bulging. It was clear that she was pregnant. "Junior sister Chi Hong, get up first. Don't disturb the baby. Tell me slowly what's going on." Mo Qing helped Princess Chi Hong up hurriedly. Princess Chi Hong seemed to have thought of the bloodline in her tummy as well, and tried her best to calm herself down. She sobbed. Ruoxu never believed that junior brother Su would betray the academy for no reason. For more than 2,000 years, he insisted on searching for the truth. However, junior brother Su's crimes have already been confirmed by the patriarch, and no one dares to question him. Ruoxu's insistence is akin to questioning the patriarch. As such, many fellow disciples of the academy see him as a thorn in their side and often join forces to suppress and bully him. Mo Qing remained silent. Back then, the scene that happened in the Cosmos Palace was still fresh in her memory. Even in front of the patriarch of the academy, young Ruoxu still dared to confront the latter with his righteous spirit and voice his suspicions. Mo Qing remained silent at the side. Although she did not believe it in her heart, she did not have the courage to suspect the patriarch of the academy. Compared to young Ruoxu, she was timid. From that moment onwards, She knew that Yang Ruoxu would not be able to do anything in the academy in the future. She had heard of some of the unfair bullying that Yang Ruoxu had encountered over the years as well. However, there was nothing she could do. That was because she knew that without the silent consent of the patriarch of the academy, how could the cultivators below be so brazen? Chapter 2920. Princess Chi Hong sobbed and said, "Today is junior brother Su's death anniversary." Ruoxu went to junior brother Su's cave abode to pay respects to him, but was seen by Zhang Hua and the others. Without giving him a chance to explain, they joined forces to capture him and send him to the enforcement platform. Mo Qing frowned slightly. Junior brother Yang had been searching for the truth all these years, but he knew his situation well. He was not rash and had been more cautious in his actions in the sect. Although there are countless pairs of eyes staring at him at all times, no one was able to catch him doing anything wrong. Even if they wanted to harm him, they could not find a suitable reason. However, they did not know why junior brother Yang suddenly went to pay respects to junior brother Su and was caught by Zhang Hua and the others. Ever since junior brother Su died and the Moonlight Sword Immortal was severely injured in the Nine Heavens Immortal Domain, Zhang Hua was the most famous and the strongest among the core disciples of the academy. "Where are the elders?" Mo Qing asked. Chi Hong said, "The elders are all here, but they have been silent." Yang Ruoxu insisted on searching for the truth because he suspected the patriarch of the academy. The elders did not dare to speak up for Yang Ruoxu. Looking at the sobbing Chi Hong, Mo Qing's heart that had been silent for many years suddenly felt unfair. She clenched her fists and said, "Let's go. I'll accompany you." Qinkuan Academy. A sky-level sect like Qinkuan Academy would definitely have a powerful sect protecting Immortal Array outside. Without notification, outsiders would not be able to enter. At this moment, in the dense forest outside the academy, there were two figures moving forward sneakily, approaching the academy's mountain gate. To be precise, it was a slightly young man in gray robes with a pale face and no beard. He was carrying a white-haired old man with a weak aura. The man in gray robes carried the old man and took a step to the left and right in the forest. Occasionally, he would take 2 steps back before taking a stroll. "Old man Xian." The man in gray robes asked casually, "What if we take the wrong step in this sect-protecting Immortal Array? Will we be exposed?" The old man said indifferently, "We will be gone in a moment." The man in gray robes was so frightened that he almost took the wrong step. "Don't scare me." The gray-robed man swallowed his saliva. The old man said this immortal formation was personally laid down by the previous patriarch. Even a Grotto Heaven Realm King would be heavily injured if they tried to break through. You just stepped into the true self realm and triggered the immortal formation, turning you into ashes instantly. The gray-robed man followed the old man's instructions and headed stealthily toward Qinkuan Academy while complaining, "You were beaten to such a state by the patriarch of the academy and are almost crippled. Why did you come back?" "That patriarch of the academy is so powerful and meticulous. If he finds out, both of us will die. Don't worry, he's not in the academy now." The old man said, "In the academy there is a secret realm that even he doesn't know about. If we sneak in there, we can find the elixirs left behind by the previous patriarch. My strength will have a chance to recover to 70%. What's the use of recovering to 70%? The gray-robed man curled his lips and said, "Even at your peak state, you were beaten to such a state. With 70% of your strength, he could kill you with one finger. What do you know?" The old man could not hold it in any longer after being mocked by the gray-robed man. He huffed and scolded. "Our lineage is the last hope of Qinkuan Academy. There are many secret manuals, inheritances, and treasures of Qinkuan Academy in that secret realm. Those are all key to rebuilding the academy in the future." Amidst the bickering, 2 figures sneaked into Qinkuan Academy without anyone noticing. Mo Qing's heart sank when she arrived at the law enforcement platform with Princess Chi Hong. The scene before her was even more serious than she had imagined. All these years, the Grand Elder of the Academy had passed away after exhausting his lifespan and leaving the position of Grand Elder empty. But now, of the remaining 8 elders apart from the 8th Elder of the Academy, the other 7 were all present. Not only that, there were many legacy disciples, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples gathered around as well. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was densely packed around the law enforcement platform. Almost all the cultivators of Qingkuan Academy were mobilized. The moment Mo Qing arrived, she felt a suffocating pressure. On the law enforcement platform, Yang Ruoxu was tied to a copper pillar that pierced the skies with a gigantic chain coiled around his body. He could not move at all. The chain was engraved with runes that suppressed his Tao fruit, bloodline, and even the quintessential essence within his body. At that moment, Yang Ruoxu's hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. Bloody wounds were inflicted on his body by the law enforcement whip in a horrifying manner. Because his strength was suppressed, he could not even heal those wounds on his body. Piak! Zhang Hua wielded a law enforcement whip that was dripping with blood and whipped Yang Ruoxu viciously. With a cold gaze, he hollered, "Yang Ruoxu, do you know your crimes?" Yang Ruoxu merely raised his head and looked at Zhang Hua in disdain. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of blood at Zhang Hua. Fufu! Zhang Hua was not angry and merely chuckled. "Yang Ruoxu, I'll play with you slowly. Let's see how long a traitor like you can last." Zhang Hua raised the law enforcement whip in his hands once more. "Hold on." A voice sounded as Mo Qing descended on the law enforcement platform with Princess Qihong. Princess Qihong ran to Yang Ruoxu's side while sobbing. She wanted to extend her arms and hug him. However, when she saw the wounds on Yang Ruoxu's body, she did not dare to touch him for fear of causing him even more pain. When Yang Ruoxu heard Princess Qihong's voice, he raised his head and smiled at her as though he could not feel the pain on his body. Just like that, the two of them were inches apart and looked at each other. Princess Qihong's eyes were red as tears gushed out. "So it's senior sister, Mo Qing." When Zhang Hua saw Mo Qing, he raised his brows slightly and cupped his fists. "I know that senior sister Mo Qing is aloof from worldly affairs and is quiet and elegant. I did not intend to alarm you for such a bloody matter. I did not expect that some Asterisk cheese did not know the rules and ran to invite senior sister over." As Zhang Hua spoke, he glared at Princess Qihong. Mo Qing took a deep breath and cupped her fists in the direction of the elders. She then turned to Zhang Hua and asked in a deep voice, "What did junior brother Yang do wrong for you to treat him this way?" "He merely went to a ruined cave abode to pay his respects. Even if he did wrong, he should not be punished to this extent. Why do you have to label him as a traitor?" Mo Qing knew clearly that once this crime was confirmed, Yang Ruoxu would definitely be doomed. Zhang Hua had a calm expression. He paid his respects to the traitor of the Academy, Suzimo. This is equivalent to suspecting the patriarch. Isn't that considered as a traitor? I did not kill him directly because he was from the same sect. Instead, I gave him a chance. Chapter 29-21. You tied junior brother Yang up on the enforcement platform to receive your punishment and humiliation in front of everyone. Even with Mo Qing's temper, she could not help but be enraged by Zhang Hua's words. She questioned in a deep voice, "Is this the chance you're giving junior brother Yang?" "Of course," Zhang Hua said. "As long as he's willing to kneel and admit his wrongdoings in front of everyone, the Academy will naturally spare his wretched life and expel him from the Academy to fend for himself." On the enforcement platform, another perfected immortal shouted. The patriarch imparted him Tao techniques and taught him cultivation. How dare he doubt the patriarch? A sinner like him doesn't deserve to inherit the Tao techniques of the Academy. Even if he admits his wrongdoings, his cultivation must be crippled. That's right, shatter his Tao fruit first. The crowd was riled up. It was not just the enforcement platform. Many cultivators in the crowd below were waving their arms and shouting excitedly. Of course, most of the cultivators were silent. Some of them did not care about the matter, and some did not know what was going on. Although some of them sympathized with young Roxu, they were afraid that they would be implicated. One of the legacy disciples could not stand it and said with a frown, "Senior Brother Zhang, just punish him according to the sect rules. There's no need to torture and humiliate Junior Brother Yang like this. After all, he's from the same sect as us." "Suyi, what did you say?" Before the legacy disciple could finish, Zhang Hua interrupted him. Zhang Hua's gaze shifted, and he looked at the legacy disciple called Suyi maliciously. He said sinisterly, "I've long guessed that Yang Ruoxu must have accomplices in the same sect for deceiving his master. I didn't expect you to jump out on your own." "Senior Brother Zhang, what are you talking about?" Suye's heart sank. "Capture him." Zhang Hua waved his hand and pointed at Suyi. "Kill him without mercy if he dares to resist." On the enforcement platform, a few legacy disciples swarmed forward and stopped Suyi. "What are you doing?" Suyi was furious and shouted as he struggled. "Zhang Hua, you can always pin a crime on someone. Suyi, you merely spoke up for Junior Brother Yang, and you want to convict me? What right do you have?" "Shut up." A group of true immortals tied Suyi to the other side of the copper pillar and gave him a vicious beating. In the blink of an eye, Suye's face was covered in blood, and he could no longer speak. "Senior Brother Zhang, he is powerless to refute and has already admitted his guilt." One of the true immortals looked at Zhang Hua with a flattering smile. Zhang Hua nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, some of the cultivators who were still feeling indignant lowered their heads and became even more silent. "Elders, are you just going to watch?" Mo Qing looked at the 7 elders, not far away. The 7 elders remained silent. Even the second elder, who was known for his righteousness and was in charge of punishments, did not say a word at this moment. He only stared blankly at this scene. Zhang Hua was another inherited disciple of the patriarch of the academy. What Zhang Hua did was actually the order of the patriarch of the academy. He dared not object. The first elder once scolded Zhang Hua because of his seniority and went to the palace of heaven and earth to argue with the patriarch of the academy. What happened later? He said that his lifespan was exhausted and he passed away. However, who knew? Mo Qing surveyed her surroundings. These cultivators were all from the same sect of the academy and were familiar faces. However, the excitement and malevolence on the faces of her fellow disciples and the cruelty in their eyes made Mo Qing feel unfamiliar, and she shuddered. How did things turn out this way? Heaven and Earth Academy should not have turned out this way. Another old man who was hiding in the secret realm of the academy lamented the same thing as Mo Qing. What the hell? Lin Xuanji was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw the scene on the law enforcement platform. He could not help but curse. Is Heaven and Earth Academy just a bunch of dogs? What **T inheritance? I don't care about it. Old man Xian, go look for someone else. Lin Xuanji turned to look at the old man beside him while cursing. Old man Xian looked at the scene on the law enforcement platform and seemed to have aged even more. His heart was filled with sorrow and his eyes were filled with tears. The academy should not be like this. It should not be like this. Old man Xian murmured to himself. Lin Xuanji wanted to turn and leave. However, he could not bear to see old man Xian like this and sighed. Initially, Heaven and Earth Academy was not like this. However, for the past hundreds of thousands of years, under the subtle guidance of the patriarch of the academy, fellow disciples of the academy were filled with enmity and even hatred. Su Zimo had sensed it when he first entered the academy and was targeted as such. It was a good thing for fellow disciples to have competition. For example, sword cultivators of the sword world would spar with fellow disciples, but they valued their relationships more. However, ever since the patriarch of the academy took charge of the academy, he pushed the competition to its limits. If there was a conflict, He would think of ways to kill the other party. The two of them hid in the secret realm and were helpless against everything. Old Man Xian had yet to recover from his injuries, and Lin Xuanjin had just entered the true self realm. The moment the two of them were exposed, they would not end up any better than Yang Ruoxu, let alone rescue them. Nobody noticed it. In the sky above Qiankuan Academy, there was a figure hidden in the clouds. The figure wore an iron crown and looked down at the academy, watching everything that was happening on the law enforcement platform coldly. Nobody knew how long he had been here. However, as time passed, the coldness in his eyes intensified and his killing intent was piercing. Yang Ruoxu, you're still not admitting to your crimes. Zhang Hua raised the whip and whipped Yang Ruoxu once more. The whip was so vicious that it tore open his flesh and even revealed his white bones. What crime have I committed? Yang Ruoxu stood upright and refused to submit. Zhang Hua said coldly, "You're disrespectful and disobedient for doubting the patriarch. You're deceiving your master and betraying your ancestors. That's a heinous crime. Can't I doubt the patriarch when he's done something wrong?" Yang Ruoxu retorted. "How dare you? Bulsh *t. How can the patriarch be wrong? Doubting the patriarch is indeed disgraceful." Without waiting for Zhang Hua to speak, a group of true disciples around him shouted loudly. Yang Ruoxu smiled and said, "All these years I've been searching for the truth of what happened back then. I've traveled all over the 9 clouds and met some of the cultivators who were involved back then. Now I know the whole story." For more than 2,000 years, Yang Ruoxu had almost given up on cultivation. He had been trying to find the answer. He had been to the Green Cloud, celestial realm, and met Lin Zhan and his wife. He knew the truth of what happened back then. However, he did not give up. He wanted to find more evidence. Then he went to the Green Cloud, celestial realm, and spent a few hundred years to befriend the perfected immortal under King Yunyu. He obtained some secret details from him. Actually, when Lin Zhan and his wife released the news about the creation Qinglian, King Yunyu and the other kings who were involved in this matter back then had already realized that they had been tricked by the Academy Patriarch. Creation Qinglian had already been buried in the Emperor's tomb. These kings would naturally not hide this secret for the Academy Patriarch. Yang Ruoxu spent more than 2,000 years traveling around the 9 clouds, celestial realm to find out what happened back then. He then compared it with what Lin Zhan and his wife had said and confirmed it. In other people's eyes, this was a little stubborn and even a little foolish. However, he wanted to clear junior brother Su's name. This was where his moral principles lay. He believed that there would be righteousness under the clear sky. Even the overlord of the academy, who could do whatever he wanted, would not be able to suppress it. If you like Eternal Holy King, please add it to your collection. Eternal Holy King Fighting Bar updates the fastest. Chapter 29-22. On the disciplinary platform, Yang Ruoxu stood with his head held high, as if he could not feel the pain in his body. He spoke loudly about what he had seen and heard all these years. There was a commotion in the crowd. "Shut up!" Zhang Hua shouted and interrupted Yang Ruoxu. At the same time, he raised the disciplinary whip and whipped Yang Ruoxu continuously. Every whip was so deep that his bones could be seen. Yang Ruoxu's body would tremble. However, he refused to give in. He looked coldly at Zhang Hua and said loudly, "I went to pay my respects to junior brother Su because I knew he was innocent. He was not wrong. He did not let the academy or the patriarch down. It was the patriarch who let him down. It was the patriarch who wanted to take his creation, Qinglian's body. He wanted his life. He had no choice but to resist. Back then, I was the one who brought junior brother Su into the academy. If not for me, he would not have suffered such a calamity. Even if I, Yang Ruoxu, die here today, I will clear his name." "Shut up! Don't let him continue!" The group of perfected immortals shouted. "If you don't believe me, you can invite the patriarch over. I will confront him face to face." Yang Ruoxu sneered. Zhang Hua raised the disciplinary whip again and shouted, "You are a traitor! How dare you confront the patriarch?" Yang Ruoxu's body was almost torn apart by the disciplinary whip in Zhang Hua's hand. There was a pool of blood at his feet, and his flesh was scattered everywhere. Even so, Yang Ruoxu relied on the noble spirit in his chest and the stubbornness in his heart. He did not back down. His gaze was firm. Princess Qi Hong cried and shouted. If not for Mo Qing holding her back, she would have rushed forward and suffered with Yang Ruoxu. The disciples of the academy below looked at this scene with complicated expressions on their faces. Many of them did not understand. Why? Was the truth so important? Why was he so persistent? Why was he so stubborn? Why was he so stubborn? Some academy disciples even mocked softly and said disdainfully, "What a fool!" Zhang Hua's eyes flashed fiercely. He suddenly went forward and slapped Yang Ruoxu's glabella. He grabbed. Yang Ruoxu's Dao fruit had landed in Zhang Hua's palm. "You're still being stubborn? Watch me cripple your Dao fruit." Zhang Hua exerted force in his palm and condensed spiritual ether. With a cracking sound, he crushed Yang Ruoxu's fruit of the way. Countless great path techniques dissipated between heaven and earth, and the pieces of the fruit of the way fell to the ground. Heaven and earth suddenly fell into a temporary standstill. Mo Qing opened her mouth slightly. She did not expect Zhang Hua to be so ruthless as to destroy Yang Ruoxu's Dao fruit. Crippling Yang Ruoxu's cultivation was even crueler than killing him. Even if he could keep his life, it would be very difficult for him to survive in the cultivation world if he was expelled from the academy and had no cultivation. Ruoxu! Princess Qi Hong let out a sorrowful cry as she broke free from Mo Qing's grasp and rushed to Yang Ruoxu's side. After losing the Dao fruit, Yang Ruoxu's aura became even weaker. Originally, he was heavily injured, but he still had the Dao fruit in his spiritual sea, so he was able to keep himself alive. And now, this anger was about to dissipate. "Qi Hong, I'm sorry." Yang Ruoxu lowered her head and looked at Qi Hong, who was paralyzed at her feet. Deep guilt and reluctance flashed in her eyes. Of course, Zhang Hua could kill Yang Ruoxu directly, but that would not be enough to vent his hatred. He could only display his capabilities by making Yang Ruoxu submit to him in front of everyone and confess to the patriarch of the academy. Initially, Zhang Hua could not do anything to Yang Ruoxu. However, when he saw Princess Qi Hong looking at her abdomen, his heart skipped a beat and his lips curled. "Yang Ruoxu, is it so difficult for you to confess?" Suddenly, Zhang Hua spoke. "Even if you don't want to think for yourself, shouldn't you think for your child?" Yang Ruoxu's expression changed as he used the last of his strength to grit his teeth and holler. "Zhang Hua, what are you trying to do? This is my matter and has nothing to do with others. Don't implicate the innocent." Fufu. When Zhang Hua saw Yang Ruoxu's reaction, he was even more pleased as he chuckled. Princess Qi Hong and her child are not innocent. Zhang Hua realized that he had grasped Yang Ruoxu's weakness and continued. "This child is a sinner the moment he's born and will definitely be looked down upon and bullied. What should I do? Why don't I take him under my wing and personally teach him the Tao? I'll also tell him that his father is a sinner who betrayed his master and ancestors. He's a traitor of the academy. I'll tell him not to be like his father in the future. Zhang Hua, how dare you?" Yang Ruoxu was so agitated that he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Kneel and confess your sins." With a smile on his face, Zhang Hua pointed in front of him and said a few words indifferently. "Enough." Mo Qing could not stand it anymore. She stepped forward and said loudly, "Zhang Hua, let's not talk about whether junior brother Yang is telling the truth. How dare you threaten him with his child? Are you still human?" Zhang Hua glanced at Mo Qing and frowned slightly. As one of the 4 fairies, Mo Qing was famous not only in Qingquan Academy, but also in the 9 firmament immortal realm. I heard that senior sister, Mo Qing, has an affair with the traitor Su Zimo. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. I think so. Senior sister Mo Qing has a good relationship with Su Zimo in the past. She's even stood up for him a few times. Senior sister Mo Qing is so protective of Yang Ruoxu. Does she believe Su Zimo and suspect the patriarch? So what if she's a painting immortal? She can't suspect the patriarch. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Mo Qing looked around her. Many cultivators began to look at her in a different light. This was the same look they had when they looked at Yang Ruoxu just now. They were like a pack of hungry wolves that wanted to pounce on her and tear her to pieces. Zhang Hua smiled at Mo Qing and said, Senior sister Mo Qing, as you can see, everyone is suspicious of you. Why don't you explain yourself? As long as you admit that Su Zimo is a traitor and draw a line between you and him, we won't make things difficult for you today. Mo Qing was furious. She retorted, I won't admit it. What are you going to do about it? Then you're still a traitor. Tie her up and tear her face apart. 2 of the fairies said fiercely. For many years, the reputation of the fairies in the academy was occupied by the painting immortal alone. Mo Qing was always high and mighty. No matter how hard they worked, they could never compare to her and could only look up to her. But now, they finally saw a chance to pull her down from her pedestal. Come on. Mo Qing slapped her storage bag and took out her sketchbook. She said in a deep voice, Today I'll stand with junior brother Yang. I won't surrender. If anyone dares to touch junior brother Yang again, don't blame me for disregarding our relationship as fellow disciples. Mo Qing, you're betraying the academy. Zhang Hua hollered. Mo Qing took a deep breath and said the most rebellious and courageous thing she had ever said since she started cultivating. Now that Qingkuan Academy has become like this, so what if I betray it?